right, all right, all right. About that time, it's about that time. Fuck. My hair look weird. Looks alright. Never get this camera lighting to look good. Always looks kind of weird. Like it's like looks very saturated for some reason. I don't fucking know, man. I guess it looks alright. Look really pale. Whatever. Alright. We're gonna do some reactions. I got 3 videos I want to react, but they're all like over an hour long. So this is gonna be a minute. Then we'll play some only up to end at the end of the stream. Alright, The Disturbing Movie Iceberg Explained, graphic content by Wendigoon. I'm excited. Let's check it out.
Oh boy. So I've always been a big fan of horror movies. You guys know that at this point. And with horror movies, it's natural that you kind of find yourself in the realm of like disturbing or gross out movies. So naturally, whenever I was looking for icebergs to do for a video, I was looking for disturbing movies. And everyone I found had like The Conjuring midway down, and then I'd seen every movie on it. So
Yeah.
I wasn't really interested until I found
Saw.
this. User
Oh,
Nice Guy.
whoa, that is a lot. Insidious, Scream, Child's Play. Wait, okay, these are all pretty basic. Hostel, that movie was disturbing. Those movies were very disturbing. A Serbian film. Wow, okay. If I recognize some of these. Human Centipede 2, that one was pretty disgusting. Okay, I think down here is where it starts to get like, okay, I don't know what the fuck these are. Jesus, okay, yeah. What the hell?
Guy Phil on Reddit has made this horrible creation. I thought before getting into this I knew what like disturbing and gross out movies were, because I'd seen stuff like Salo or a Serbian film and stuff like that. To put that into perspective, those are
A Serbian film's only on the 3rd tier. Like, Jesus Christ, out of what is this, 8?
on tier 3
Yeah.
of 8.
Yeah,
I didn't
what the
even
hell?
know it could get this bad with a
Oh
lot of
God.
these. And with no exaggeration, I have legitimately lost sleep over this research. I'm not saying that to make myself sound all cool and like, oh, look what I do for YouTube. I'm saying that to say, like, if you're sensitive about certain stuff, do not watch this video. I'm gonna try to like be very careful with my wording and just sort of imply some things rather than say them, as you know, being monetized is nice. Again, I won't be showing a lot of images. If this is your first time watching, then I'm sorry about that, but I can't show a lot of these images. I'm normally a bit better with like the editing and illustrations, but I've got to be really careful with a lot of this topic, especially as we get near the bottom of the list. There's going to be like happy music and haha, I'm gonna make jokes throughout or try to keep it lighthearted. But in all seriousness, if you are disturbed by heavy content, viewer discretion advised. Also, with a lot of the research for this iceberg, especially the later entries, it's either illegal or I just really don't want to find the original subject matter. But thankfully, there were a ton of people on YouTube who were a huge help to me, and a bunch of them were smaller creators. So at the end, I'm going to give them specific thanks, but for now, I'll let you know that in the description are going to be the links to several smaller channels that helped me out in making this video. And if there's anything more specific you want to see about some of these topics, I'm sure that they've got a video on it. So I highly encourage you to check them out, as I literally couldn't do this without them. Also, you may notice that this is the first video I'm not wearing a dad shirt, and that is because I am wearing the first official Wendigoon merchandise. Link to it will be in the description. I'm still setting up some stuff on the website, so bear with me if it looks kind of ugly right now. If you're a patron, then stick around to the end to figure out if you're already receiving the shirt or not, or follow the timestamp in the description below, which leads me to say there will be timestamps for every tier, so if the topic of one tier seems a bit much, you can just skip to the next one. We have got a whole lot to cover, so we're going to go ahead and get right into it. But as always, and I sincerely mean it, thank you for watching. The first tier of the blue skies is just normie horror movies. And since this is about like disturbing films and we've got a lot to cover, I'm just going to go ahead and throw all these together. Friday the 13th, Child's Play,
why is it spelled like that?
Insidious, Conjuring, Annabelle, The Grudge, The Ring, A Nightmare on Elm Street. While good movies are not in the qualifications for this, which makes sense. They're not even in the water of the iceberg yet, but I'm just going to go ahead and skip past those because I have nothing interesting to say, and we're just going to keep rolling on. Tier 2 is where we start with the Grindhouse films. First up is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This movie was directed by an at the time unknown Tobe Hooper. The movie's rather iconic now as it brought us characters such as Leatherface, as well as an entire series with prequels and sequels. Although the original one still remains in most people's eyes to be the best.
Oh, easily.
As it's the most visceral with its depiction of how these humans are treated. For those that don't know the plot, essentially a group of teenagers get lost while on a trip in Texas and are attacked by a hillbilly murder family. The main idea behind the film is that it's a critique of the meat industry, with the humans in the movie being treated the way that animals are treated within slaughterhouses and meat production facilities. I couldn't find the exact length, but I swear I remember Wes Craven talking and saying that watching Texas Chainsaw Massacre made him a vegetarian. So I guess Tobe Hooper did his job in that regard. Saw is another minimalist horror movie. I love Saw. A series of sequels afterwards. One of my favorite series. While they got more outlandish with each entry, the core idea of the film is that people are put through these games in which they have to injure themselves in some way in order to survive whatever predicament they're in. This is all done by a serial killer known as Jigsaw in order to teach people. He doesn't consider himself a serial killer. To appreciate the life that they have. The original was directed by James Wan, who later went on to do The Conjuring and several other high budget horror movies. But me personally always liked him for what he was, a sort of the guerrilla filmmaker that created such a small contained movie that got the viewer thinking so much. Several people have described it as a thinking man's horror movie, and while I wouldn't really call this like the definitive horror film, I think it's a classic that shouldn't be overlooked. Hostel was a slasher fic that this movie, God, dude, these movies are just kind of disturbed me. Would say was riding off the coattails of Saw, made by director Eli Roth. Now, you may remember Eli Roth. I think Quentin Tarantino was a producer too, which is kind of funny. Oh yeah, it says right there. I think Quentin Tarantino. Yeah. Quentin Tarantino presents as the Bear Jew from Quentin Tarantino's film *Inglourious Bastards*. Eli Roth actually appeared in an earlier Tarantino film, that being Death Proof, and the two of them became very close friends, which is what eventually got Eli Roth the role of the Bear Jew. In fact, they became so close with each other that when Eli Roth made his first horror introduction with the film Hostel, Tarantino allowed him to put his name at the beginning. That's so crazy. In the opening of Hostel, it says a Quentin Tarantino production. Hostel is a very well-made horror movie, and a lot of people kind of have this idea that Saw was the definitive torture porn entry. We're gonna get into the real torture porn later, but we'll save it for now. However, Hostel is much more brutal in its depiction of violence than the original Saw ever thought about being. Sequels not included. Like, Saw was more like, Jigsaw's motive was to kind of teach people a lesson, right? Hostel is just people getting off on torturing other people. It was a little more disturbing in that regard. Is a now rather well-known cult classic by director Kevin Smith. This was part of Kevin Smith's horror movie trilogy, in which he did this, Red State, and the one about like talking sausages in a store, not Sausage Party, but same idea, live action. It's body horror, but with a twist. Whereas traditional body horror is ideas of people getting mutilated or cut up, this film was more so about the
Transforming
actual
body
changes or metamorphosis of the human body. Basically, plot of the movie: a man kidnaps a young journalist and then puts his body through a surgery that converts him into a living seal abomination thing. A lot of people find this really disturbing. I think it's funny.
It is kind of funny,
way, so whatever. Human Centipede is, in my opinion, one of the most misunderstood movies ever. From director Tom Six, the movie actually comes, or the idea,
100% medically accurate. I forgot about that. That's awesome.
From a conversation he had in which people were trying to figure out what the appropriate punishment for child predators might be. While a lot of people just kind of view the movie now as like exploitive and awful and vile and whatever, the original I do feel like had a purpose. At least when I watched it, I picked up on a lot of Nazi symbolism with the way that the evil doctor acts and the experiments themselves. They're very similar to that of Joseph Mengele and the Angel of Death experiments. And I viewed it as kind of a modern interpretation of what evils like that might exist. Now, it spawned a very meta trilogy in which they reference back to the original movie, especially 3, which was just weird, but the original Human Centipede will probably forever be a cult classic. Midsummer is one of my personal favorite horror movies to come out in the past decade.
This movie was on the list? Oh man, I'm not a big fan of this movie. I really did not like it that much. On the disturbing list, it was a little uncomfortable, but I don't know if I'd say disturbing.
By filmmaker Ari Aster, who is also known for Hereditary and his short film Something About the Johnsons.
Something About the Johnsons is fucking...
Discretion advised when searching that.
That
Midsummer
is weird.
has got to be the only movie I think I've ever seen that truly made me sympathize with a cult. And what's funny is because of the way Ari Aster tells his stories, you don't really realize that's the point it's getting to till the end. This feeling of sympathy is pervasive throughout as you follow the main character, played expertly by Florence Pugh, as her tragedy and strife throughout the story kind of becomes yours. There's this thing Ari Aster said a while back, that his first film, Hereditary, was sort of a movie about families and togetherness, and off of that he said that Midsummer was his breakup film. And then thinking about the emotions you feel throughout and how you kind of go through the 5 stages of grief with the characters, yeah, it really does feel like a breakup movie. If not in a literal way, then in a very deep-rooted emotional way. I highly recommend Midsummer to anyone who hasn't seen it. Now, there's 2 more movies on this tier, which I promised to a certain somebody that if they ever came up on a video, they could talk about it because they are 2 of her favorite movies. So here she is, your favorite idiot, to tell you about House of a Thousand Corpses and The Hills Have Eyes.
Okay, so 2 movies on my top 10 list of favorite movies, because I love horror. Horror is my favorite genre are The Hills Have Eyes and The House of a Thousand Corpses. The Hills Have Eyes is a Wes Craven movie. It came out in the 70s, and it follows a family, like a normal everyday family. They're on vacation somewhere out west because it's a lot of like open stretches of road and deserts. And they're in a van, and their van breaks down. So they're basically attacked by this hillbilly family, and they slowly are picking off each member of the like normal family. And then eventually, after part of their family has been picked off, the remaining members of this like normal family start to fight back. And I think the reason it's considered a disturbing movie is just because of all the killing that happens, and there's like the R word, and you know, the people, all these actors have some kind of physical deformity, so you can call it disturbing like that, but it doesn't really get to me in that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's
an old campy 70s movie. But at the end, the family does start to fight back, and you can see like the nuclear family becoming savages, like the savages who were affected by nuclear waste. Ooh. Okay, so continuing on the same list of my favorite horror movies, favorite movies at all.
I don't think I've seen this one.
Next movie is probably like my top 5 just overall in general movie, and it is The House of a Thousand Corpses by Rob Zombie. Rob Zombie is unironically my favorite director just because I think he encompasses everything about horror that I love, like the campiness of the 80s, the practical effects, the really hilarious campiness very well. That he writes that there no way could ever possibly be a real, like no real person would ever act like that. Like no real person could possibly be like that deranged. So the entire movie feels like you're at a haunted house because I mean literally it opens up, they're at Captain Spaulding's haunted house, and that definitely adds to the whole disturbing feel of the movie. And that's how a lot of Rob Zombie movies are. That's definitely how the 2 sequels to House of a Thousand Corpses work. I guess
2003, really?
You're scared of people getting murdered,
or recent,
like,
I thought
torture movies, it's disturbing. But I mean, like, aren't all good horror movies disturbing in some way? But yeah.
We are now on to tier 3, which is your sort of hardcore exploitation films. Also, I want to say to the side, Nice Guy Phil absolutely knocked it out of the park with this iceberg. This is the only iceberg I've ever seen that every single tier has a specific meaning to it. Like tier 2 we just did was grindhouse films, this one's exploitation films, and each tier is a specific genre or type of disturbing movie.
Interesting.
I just
Okay.
wanted to mention that because I thought it was really cool, and it made getting into this a whole lot cooler, or dreadful, because we'll get to it later. This tier is probably where most of the disturbing movies you've heard of on YouTube come from, but like I said, it's just 3 of 8, so yay. Solo, or 120 Days of Sodom, is based on the true story of what happened at the end of World War II in fascist Italy. Also, I should mention, this is the point where I'm going to quit recommending movies, because if you're the type of person to watch one of these movies, you either already know about it or I'm not going to be the one to tell you. The plot revolves around a group of essentially rich elites who realize that they're probably going to be killed by the time the war is over, so they decide to just let their cares go to the wind and spend the last days of the war in complete sin and evilness. They do this by bringing 18 teens, 9 boys and 9 girls, to essentially a castle and then being horrible. While a lot of people just of view this movie as standard gore porn, evil, exploitative stuff, which, trust me, I get it. This does feel purposeful, at least especially compared to the stuff later in the list, as the purpose of it is to show the true effects of men, and specifically these real things that happen that a lot of people have just forgotten about. The film is structured as the 4 parts of Dante's Divine Comedy.
75,
and we see the slow dip from depravity into evil as it passes throughout the movie and mirrors that of ancient literature. That didn't stop, however, the movie from being banned in most countries, as well as several arrests made to producers and editors, and 3 weeks before the film came out, the director was murdered. So,
whoa, goddamn,
people
alright,
didn't take too kindly to it. Martyrs is a tale of 2 women who are held in captivity for the majority of their younger life, and later come to get revenge on those who wronged them. The movie is often hailed as being so disturbing by specifically the end scene, which involves someone having skin and then not having skin, although there are scenes throughout of general violence and torture scenes. While a lot of people view this as your standard like gore exploitive stuff, I absolutely love Martyrs. It feels very reminiscent of the internet horror story that was floating around a few years back called Gateway to the Mind, but it's a very excellently done tale of redemption in my opinion, and it sort of weaves a mystery throughout of what's going on that by the end of the movie it ties a nice bow on it, and you're able to recognize everything that's just happened and some of the actions that take place before make sense. If you're okay with a lot of violence and viscera, I would recommend Martyrs to anyone.
Interesting. Okay.
Pink Flamingos is a movie from John Waters, the guy that did the original Hairspray. Yes, I'm not kidding. Released in 1972, it is a story of a family who claim to be the filthiest family alive, and yeah, they're probably in the running for it. There's a lot of like weird Kith related stuff throughout the film that is gross. Like any other John Waters movie, there's this overarching idea of being true to oneself, even if it's not the best option in this case. There were several references to things like human trafficking and cannibalism and like a chicken. The film's probably most famous for a scene in which a drag queen eats dog poop.
Ew, what the fuck?
I know that's not a joke, that actually happens on camera. But if me saying that just now like turned you off to this video, turn back now. Shoujo Sabuki, I'm probably
is this an animated movie?
Wrong, is a banned Japanese anime. The basic plot is that a young girl finds her mother dead, and this scene itself is very brutal. Like she pulls off the covers and there's rats crawling inside of her and stuff like that, to which she's then picked up by a traveling circus. And then from there it just gets into a lot of shock factor stuff, like the girl being abused and the circus freaks abusing each other, and like there's a scene with puppies that doesn't need to be there, but it is because it's shocking, and yada yada yada. Some of you may know this film because it was trending on TikTok a while back. Like people were pointing at it as a sort of shock site type thing, but in my opinion it's kind of just shocking for the sake of being shocking. While there is sort of this overarching plot of like sticking true to yourself in the face of evil, it doesn't justify the things that are shown on screen. A Serbian film is one that you're probably familiar with.
I think a lot of people are familiar with this one, yeah.
Movie trend. This movie is about a man who is a Kith star who is contracted by the shady men to be in very special films. From there, the movie just kind of keeps up the idea of making it worse and worse, from the other actresses who are in these films to the things that he has to do in them, leading all the way up to a climax that's really gross and just gross for the sake of being gross. Where to me, the film just feels kind of try hard, and there's this thinly veiled plot over it just to connect one extreme scene to the next, which is actually what the director would agree with, because he said that the purpose of this film was a way to attack the fascist censoring that was occurring in Serbia at the time.
Oh, okay.
Hence titling it a Serbian film. Which, if the entire point of this movie was just made to make people upset and throw a middle finger at the censor bar, good job, I guess, but that doesn't necessarily make it a good film. Human Centipede 2 was what I was talking about with the original Human Centipede.
I've seen this
and that
one.
the sequels just
I think I've seen all three.
amping up the factor. The plot itself is very meta too. A person who's working in a parking garage sees the original Human Centipede movie and gets inspired to do that to people that he kidnaps. While the film tries some artistic things, like the whole thing shot in black and white, it's kind of a facade for a lot of the more extreme stuff the film puts forward. Like, for example, there's several scenes of self-mutilation, and he's trying to build a longer human centipede, and it gets grosser and more intense. And I do think
30
this
people
was
in
just
it
a
or
way to
something.
capitalize off the first movie, as all of those effects I was talking about in the first of being purposeful and meaningful with this presentation feel totally lost here in favor for just basic gore porn. Cannibal Holocaust is believed
I've heard of this
and
one.
stated by many to be the original found footage movie. This mockumentary was set up as if a film crew traveled to the rainforest, or Green Inferno,
Like a cannibalism
as they
kind of
call it,
movie.
and made contact with a local tribe of savage natives. Supposedly, these savages wiped out the original film crew, which warrants a essentially military group to go in and find the original supplies and wipe out the locals. However, what's interesting is they find from the cameras of the original film crew that went in that they had initiated the violence by burning down villages in order to get good shots and attacking and abusing the local women in order to make them more upset. And in my opinion, it's a really good movie in that regard, as it raises the question of who is the real monsters. However, that doesn't justify everything that was done in order to make that movie. For example, there are several real animal deaths that occur on screen, such as a turtle, a boar, a tarantula, and I believe a snake. Also, keep in mind, this was before any found footage movie was a thing. So when it came out, a lot of people thought it was real. So real, in fact, that the director was arrested and had
I think
to
I heard
have
about
the
that.
actors who died in the film come forward in order to prove that they were still alive.
Yeah.
While I personally like it, I
That's kinda
understand
funny.
it's a very intense film that is not for everyone. But if you want to see the original found footage horror movie, this would be the one to check out. The House That Jack Built is a Lars von Trier movie about a serial killer named Jack. The core plot of the movie is divided into 5 sections, with 5 separate incidents in which Jack is carrying out his serial killer rampage. With each one of these, Jack keeps getting better at the killings and more precise in how he handles it. As far as disturbing scenes go, most people point to the 3rd killing of the movie, in which he equates humans to deers and then goes hunting. However, The House That Jack Built is, in my opinion, a very well done film.
Doesn't sound
the
that bad.
symbolism of the house itself and the eventual lead into the plot of Dante's Inferno, I feel is very well done. And while disturbing, I also wouldn't call it the most disturbing of Lars von Trier's films. In my personal opinion, I would have replaced this on the list with something like Antichrist or maybe Nymphomania, as I feel those 2 films are more intense in the disturbing respect, but I'll allow it. Suicide Club is a Japanese film about a situation in which several teenagers are attempting to commit suicide. The plot mostly follows that there is this pop band that is subliminally convincing people to kill themselves. So therefore, groups of teenagers that listen to them commit suicide en masse, such as jumping in front of trains or off buildings. And it's pretty over the top of the gore. However, the effects are rather dated and kind of silly by today's standards.
okay.
Aside from one violent scene involving a cat, it's basically your standard fare, oh no, world's ending happening type thing. Tetsuo the Iron Man is a body horror film from Japan, and in my opinion, one of the best I've ever seen.
Really?
See, body horror now is just kind of
I'm not a huge fan of
recognized
body
as, like,
horror.
let's see how much we can injure someone, and that's where body horror comes from. But for me, it's always been more
1989.
what still defines a human as a human. I talked about it kind of in my Lighthouse video when I mentioned The Thing, but in movies like The Fly with Jeff Goldblum, whenever you see him as this amalgamation of body parts and you're trying to figure out if that's still a human or not, To me, that's what body horror should be more of. There's this really niche subgenre of body horror films known as melt movies. Melt movies are exactly that. People in the film are melted down, and the horror of it comes from when does that person stop being a person. You can kind of think of this as like the Blob remake and stuff like that, where the horror comes from the impossibility of the human form being broken down to such lengths. Tetsuo the Iron Man feels like a metal melt movie. The basic plot is this metal fetishist has a sort of disease in which random pieces of iron and metal are overtaking his body, and after a man hits him with his car, he begins to slowly infect the man with that same disease. Stop motion is used in order to do these amazing special effects for the time, in which these impossible shapes are coming out of this guy, and he's becoming more iron than human, and it's very well done, and I highly recommend you watch it. So everything that I mentioned in the past years has been movies that I've known about beforehand, and it's been like, yay, cool horror. This is where that stops. Tier 4 is mostly mock snuff.
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Some of these names. What the fuck, dude? Oh, God.
Yeah. For those that don't know, a snuff film is a movie that exhibits either real-world murder or violent kith acts of some kind. So this entire tier is movies that are trying to be that, but aren't. Probably. We are now dipping from movies that I've seen to things I've never heard of before making this, and I want to emphasize how thankful I am to the people in the description who had reviews and breakdowns of these films so that I didn't have to suffer myself. But just reading the descriptions
that sounds
and
awful
seeing
if you had to actually watch all
from
these
a lot of
movies.
these movies was enough to do me in. I'm not going to get into a lot of the details as I can't, but again, if you're interested, check out descriptions below, and I'm going to do my best to not hurt you. Slaughtered Vomit Dolls is the first in the Vomit Gore trilogy by Lucifer Valentine.
Lucifer Valentine.
Yep, there are 3 of these movies, and they're each just the worst. I am disgusted by vomit, personally. That and snot are things that I just don't want to interact with or look at. And this entire trilogy is just for people with a vomit fetish. And also gore. It's just like intense mutilation, like people having pieces removed and taken off, and then other people throw up on it, and then that just keeps repeating itself. I have seen breakdowns of this movie, specifically John Joe Lyons reviews, talked about like the symbolism in it and how the entire trilogy is supposed to be a girl's walk through hell. And I'm not by any means saying people shouldn't be allowed to make this kind of thing just because it's not for me, but when I say it's not for me, I mean this is really not for me. There was one funny scene described in which a woman loses her arm and then someone else is trying to play the guitar with it, so that's fun, I guess. I'm just gonna go ahead and get this trilogy over with because the other 2 movies are also on this tier. I really don't want to talk about it anymore. The second movie in the trilogy, Regurgitated Sacrifice, is the same thing with people vomiting and blood and all that. There's a scene with an octopus where someone gets boop, and then an octopus gets put. I really don't want to describe this for YouTube, but you just bear with me. There's another scene where a tarantula goes in a place it shouldn't be. Yeah. And then finally, the third movie in the trilogy is known as Slow Torture Puke Chamber, which is somehow the most tame of all of the titles. This one's the same as the last 2, only there's also like other bodily excrements, so diversity, I guess. And while yeah, people say there's like artistic purpose to this, like I'm sorry, I don't really see it. If you enjoy it, then good on you.
Oh, God.
I don't, and I feel a lot of it is very exploitive and really, really try hard. I mean, no disrespect to Lucifer Valentine either. I never thought I'd say that phrase.
Lucifer
but to
Valentine.
me, an outsider looking in, the premise of the movie feels very much so like what would happen if you gave a bunch of 14-year-old kids and the 14-year-old
Sorry.
kids wore Thrasher t-shirts and like those big DC skate shoes and were told to be as gross as they could. However, I will recommend that a couple of creeps on YouTube, which again, description below, did a very funny and cute coverage of this series, so check that out if you're interested. But now I don't have to talk about it anymore, and it's your guys' problem now, so yay. Also, when it comes to like the P word, I've said it in phrases earlier, like gore porn and like torture porn and stuff like that. I feel like YouTube doesn't like it if I say just the word on its own, so I'm going to continue to just call that kithing. So just to let you know. So this movie, Life and Death of a Kith Gang, is about a director who does kith movies who is approached and offered the prospect of doing snuff films. Also, his group of people decide the best way to do these kind of films is on a traveling circuit where they do it on stage. And basically, from everything I've read, because remember I'm researching at this point rather than watching for the sake of my soul, the film becomes about the balance of morality or soul versus worth. So like, what are you willing to do in order to make money and how far is too far? However, everything I've read also just looks kind of exploitive. Like there's a scene involving a horse and a lot of blood and stuff like that. But at least this one's kind of different in that it's kind of meta. Rather than just being about like mock snuff, it's about a crew of people having to do snuff. So cool, I guess. Snuff 102 is an Argentinian film about a reporter who goes to try to figure out if snuff films are being performed in the local area and then is dragged into one. Also, I should mention with a lot of these movies that are not English, there exists no English dub or sub for the movie, since for some reason there doesn't seem to be a big demand for that kind of thing. And also sense. There's not like a ton of demand to have the movie translated or described, so most people just watch this with having no idea what's going on. Not that it matters. I did see something online that the narrator compares snuff films to kith films, since they both profit off of like the human body being defaced in some way. So for that, the movie could kind of be viewed as an anti-pornography film. And everything I read says this movie features a lot of human and animal death. So cool. Also, I feel like adding the ography to the end makes it better. This isn't getting monetized, who cares? August Underground is touted by a lot of people to be the most disturbing film ever made, and also a real snuff movie, even though it's not. I also want to mention one of the best YouTube channels I've ever seen, not that he needs my shout out, is Spooky Rice, as he prevented me from having to find these things on my own. So thanks, Spooky. If you like this kind of disturbing movie trend, you probably already know about him or need to check him out. The main plot is that these two friends have people trapped in their basement that they're torturing and abusing. The movie, however, keeps cutting between these scenes and normal everyday scenes to imply that what we're watching is raw footage from their video camera. Again, more to hammer in
this kind
the
of sounds
idea
familiar.
That we're watching an actual snuff film. There's a lot of mutilation and people getting hurt and gross and more gross, and yeah. This movie's also infamous because people have called the police several times believing it to be real, but like it's got a sequel with the same people, so like probably not. Viva la Muerta is a Spanish movie that is set just after the Spanish Civil War. In it, we follow a young boy whose mother turned in his father to the police, and it's about the boy trying to figure out what his emotions about the world and his family and what he wants is. However, because of this and the fact we're essentially watching the inside of a mind of a young boy trying to figure out the world around him, there's a lot of weird like kith related stuff that happens, as well as other scenes and
like underage shit
objects. The most noteworthy moment of the whole
He's like
film
so
is,
vague with these descriptions. It's kind of funny.
if you remember the tauntaun
He really doesn't
scene
want to talk about them.
from Star Wars Episode 5 The Empire Strikes Back, where Han cuts open the tauntaun and pushes Luke inside of it.
Right.
So imagine that,
Okay.
only they really did it with a bull. So yeah, that's cool. Guinea Pig is technically two movies, the first of which being Devil's Experiment. This movie's a pretty big deal as it's widely regarded as a real torture movie. This Japanese film is literally just an entire movie-length recording of a woman being not treated nicely. In the movie, everything happens from her, from being burned to sound
Jesus
torture
Christ.
and other just like kicked and mean stuff. What I can say about it is absolutely none of it involved kith stuff. So that's really cool.
Okay.
Good job, I guess.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the movie, she dies. So
Okay.
cool. The sequel, known as Flower of Flesh and Blood, is famous because Charlie Sheen, after watching it, called the FBI. This one is the exact same as the first movie, only it was a bit more bloody. And it was about a crazy samurai serial killer who's like cutting someone up, but the effects are like laughably bad. Oh, I forgot. There is a third movie in this series called He Never Dies, which is about a man who tries to kill himself and realizes he can't die. So he starts doing stuff like taking all of his organs out or whatever.
Ew, why?
And the movie ends with him just being a head sitting on a table and going, you know what? I don't think I want to die anymore. This one's just like a comedy.
That sounds kind of funny.
Which is so weird coming off of the first two. But yeah, like I said, no kithing, so we've made progress that far. Now we're going to look at the complete opposite of no kithing with a whole lot of kithing in Necromantic. This is about a couple who has an obsession with collecting body parts, which eventually culminates in them getting an entire decomposing person. There's then things performed with said person, as well as other weird stuff in the movie like bathing in blood, and they show a real rabbit dying, so that's gross, I guess. A whole lot of philia involving things of the necrophilia sort. So,
shit.
Yeah, real gross. Don't watch it unless you want to. I mean, I'm not your dad. You can watch whatever you want, unless you want me to be your dad. In which case, hi son. How are you today? How was school? You talk to that girl you like? Come on, let's go play catch out in the yard. I'm gonna keep this up because it means I don't have to talk about the next movies on the list. So, how you doing?
We're only
sport?
halfway through, man. Jesus.
Champ.
How does it get worse than this?
Bucko. Yeah. Like, we're not even halfway done yet. And it's to the point that, like, reading these next entries in my notebook here, I'm just like, oh, I have to talk about that one, don't I?
You actually
And then I
handwrites
get done
this?
with it and
That's
I go to
kinda
the next one, I'm like, oh,
Doesn't type it on a computer.
I have to talk about that one, don't I? Melancholie der Engel, which I took German class. Yeah, that's how it's pronounced. Which translates to The Melancholy of Angels, is about two friends who are nearing the end of their life and decide to just find an old cabin and kidnap people and be gross about it.
As you
There's
do.
a lot of stuff here to do with like human fluids and other gross things. What is funny reading about it is that there is scenes of animal death throughout the movie, and specifically there's scenes involving pigs and one scene involving a cat. So whenever this movie got denied distribution in, I believe it was the US or the UK, they argued that the scene involving the cat was faked, even though they had told people that it wasn't. So then whenever they were asked about the other animals, the filmmakers were like, no, those were real, but the cat wasn't. Like, why was that the one you felt the need to clarify on? Which I guess leads me to believe it was faked because they didn't deny the other ones, but still, like, what? Where the Dead Go to Die is an animated anthology that looks like the cutscene from an early 2000s video game. After doing research into it, it's because the film's creator pretty much did every single process of the animation cycle, which is a big deal and should be commended, until you realize like what the content of the film is. Basically, the plot is it's a 3-part anthology film with the connecting through line being this demonic Labrador that's telling people to do evil demon stuff. It's really gross because there's like things involving animals and like things involving a pregnant woman and other like really gross over the top stuff, but it all looks like that.
This is
really
kind of tough to
awful
watch, man. Holy
Ratatouille
fuck.
spin-off Ratatouille. So why it's really evil and you don't want to think about it, there's this part in your brain that's like, character move funny. It really does look like an old Silent Hill video game, and I mean that in the worst way.
Yeah,
Juvenile
right.
Crime, also known as Schoolgirl in Cement, is about the real-world story of Junko Furuta. Probably pronouncing that wrong. One day while on the way home from school, Junko was kidnapped by 4 local high school boys who were in the Yakuza. They then kidnapped her, locked her in their parents' basement, and did completely unspeakable things to her over the course of 44 days. While not to go into too much detail, when she was eventually found, she had been hurt to the point that her brain had decreased in size.
Holy
from lack
fuck,
of nutrition
dude.
and injury. Other details of the story become
It's a true story? Wait, what? Wait.
Completely on school. I'm also Silent Hill schoolgirl in cement, and I mean that in the worst way. Juvenile crime, also known as schoolgirl in cement, is about the real-world story of Junko
Jesus, man. That's fucked.
Probably and did completely unspeakable things to her over the course of 44 days. While not to go into too much detail, when she was eventually found, she had been hurt to the point that her
the real
brain
life is
had
where all the real
decreased in
horror is at, man.
size
Holy fuck.
from lack of nutrition and injury. Other details of the story become increasingly frustrating. Like, only 4 days into the torture cycle, the police actually visited the house and didn't look any further into the house, which may have saved Junko's life. Junko was actually found through an accidental confession in which the boys were being interrogated over a different missing girl. They thought they were referring to Junko, and one of the boys gave away where they put the body, not even knowing that Junko had been missing, or not knowing that she was still missing for this time. Because of the boys' age involved, they were giving very light sentences.
Oh
as a
my
matter of fact,
god,
they're all
dude!
Out now.
Oh my
three
god!
Of the 4 have already been back to jail for some form of violent crime.
Makes sense.
Yeah, imagine that. The judge said during the court proceedings that what had been done to her was so horrible that surely her soul is still wandering the earth, cursed and afraid.
Holy
During the
fuck,
readings
man.
of what happened to her, people in the courtroom began to faint, and Junko's mother was put into a intensive care psychiatric facility.
Why would she be there? What? Oh my god, man. Why would the mom be present during this? No way would I let any mom be present during that shit. No way, man. That is fucked.
Also,
that is so
reading
sad.
this got really sad in some cases, especially near the end. It did get to me a bit whenever her classmates essentially read their eulogies at her graveside, and just realizing that this amount of evil happened to someone who was 16 years old. It does hit home pretty hard. One of the more bright things to come out of it is her future employer, or who would have been her future employer, officially gave her the job and then brought the parents the uniform she was going to wear, and the school gave her a diploma to the parents, so to say that she gragraduated.
Oh my god, man.
That was really depressing. I need to pick it back up.
That is very depressing.
Let's go back to the dad thing. You want to go fishing, boy? All right, I'm better now. So there are 3 movies about this event involving Junko, the most popular of which being a film known as Cement, which from my understanding is like more respectful to the character. This movie, Juvenile Crime, is not that at all. It's just a long movie that shows in excessive detail what happened to her, and there's not really a point gleaned for it, or it's not done in any way to like bring sympathy to her. From all the reviews I read, it's just an exploitive movie of a real world tragedy that happened to this young girl. Philosophy of a Knife is a film about Unit 731, which is a real-world unit that operated under Imperial Japan during World War II.
Oh no, dude. Oh no, man. Japan during war? Oh god.
Many are familiar with the atrocities committed by Germany during
Just
World War II.
any country during war, though, honestly.
With Japan's. Unit 731 specials committed by Germany under Imperial Japan during World War II. While many are familiar with the atrocities committed by Germany during World War II, not many are that familiar with Japan's. Unit 731 specialized as a bioweapons facility in which they were testing the effects of certain biological factors and diseases on people. The way they did this was by kidnapping large groups of people or telling them they were going to work for, say, a lumber company or something related, and they were then used as human experiments. Most of them were used to test things such as the bubonic plague, which was actually then later tested on random cities and villages in China in order to see the effectiveness of it. One of these strains was so effective that it was attached to an airplane, which was then going to be used to attack San Francisco, according to records. However, 5 weeks before then, the war ended. The movie Philosophy of a Knife shows what some of these experiments were in gruesome detail. Some of these include killing people using a decompression chamber to test the body's resilience to pressure. Others are freezing limbs of people until they become completely hard all the way through and then pouring boiling water on them to see the effects, as well as supposed real footage of
Very
the
Nazi-like
aftermath
experiments,
of some
yeah.
of these experiments, as well as the mass graves that were created. Also, I should mention that in the real world, several members of Unit 731 were granted amnesty by the United States in order to become part of the American Biological Weapons Program.
Makes sense.
Much like how
Just
the
like with the
Germans were with
Nazis.
Operation Paperclip. So
Yeah.
that's cool. We are now halfway done with the iceberg, so pat yourself on the back and get ready because it just gets worse. So now in tier 5, since every tier is its own category, tier 5 would be that of like depravity and extremism. Like if you take all the branches from where horror originated and see French extremism as the root of American grindhouse and stuff like that, this would be what would happen if French extremism just kept going. So while a lot of these are films with a plot, they mostly just exist to be as brutal as possible. Starting with our first one, Girl Hell 1999. This one's really weird plot-wise. It's about a couple of guys who like attack women a lot. And then there's weird elements in it like family kithing, as well as like this weird subplot with a homeless woman who seems to be nice, and then the girl who is being attacked kills her for some reason. Honestly, compared to some of the stuff in tier 4, it's not that bad, but it is probably the peak of like Japan weirdness, at least so far for the list. Ostermontag is where it gets, oh boy. So in researching this one, like people were talking about clips and scenes from it, like this isn't that bad, but then everyone kept referencing the end scene. Everyone's like, oh yeah, that end scene, that did it for me, that's one of the worst things I ever blah blah blah. And I couldn't find any info for what it was except for one message board, and I wish I hadn't. Basically it's just further women violence in various ways, with things like needles and eyes, which is always fun, as well as with the others, fluids, and yeah, gross. Ostermontag is German for Easter Monday.
Oh, God, I'm just cringing,
which
man.
I'm sure means something in the film. Again, a lot of these don't have English translations in any regard, so you just kind of got to guess. But I will say the ending was probably the grossest thing I've ever seen done with a knife, so I guess that stands for something.
Okay.
The next title, Women's Flesh, My Red Guts, is from Japan, as you can imagine. The plot of this one, as Spooky Rice covered, seems to be mostly about a woman who her man left her, and to cope with it, she just starts mutilating herself in creative ways. Now, what's interesting about this kind of movie, I believe Baroque was the production company that made it, is at the end of the films they'll show trailers to other Baroque films, which gives us our first preview of something we're going to see a lot of in the later tiers, as they gave the trailer to something called Rare a Dead Person, which is random clips of a dead person or peoples. There's going to be more depravity like that later on, but right now we're still in the movies. Tumbling Doll of Flesh is similar to Guinea Pig, which I mentioned in the last tier, although this one involves more kithing. The basic plot of it is a girl is hired to be in an adult film, and then they keep ramping up and getting her to do stuff she doesn't want to do until it gets to the point that no one would want to do, and she's killed and the guy she's with is killed, and it's a big blood fest. The more creative part from this movie was a scene in which the tongue was being cut with various cutting objects.
Okay.
I think a lot of people view this one so hard because the way it's shot implies that it was a real event, but it wasn't. There were actors, and
Dude, I'm so scared for the.
And like a lot of the effects kind of.
I'm so scared for the last tier, man. Is like the last tier actually gonna be real shit? Because a lot of these like tier 4 and 5 movies so far have been pretty goddamn disturbing, but like, you know, at least they're not real, right? Oh, God.
Because they do look really dumb, but I guess just the idea of it is enough to make people think, oh, this is some crime that we've got to do something about, when no, it's just weird stuff. Mei-chan's daily life is based off of a manga by the same name. Basically, the plot of it is a girl discovers that she has regeneration abilities, so she can lose a limb and then regenerate it. So a rich client decides to start renting her out to other rich people so that they can do depraved things to her, and she'll miraculously recover from it. Now, people have said that they like the manga as it's some kind of like artistic look at horror and violence. However, whenever you take that from a manga to a live action version, it's just kith stuff. And all the reviewers said that a specific gruesome scene involving the eye and stuff like that is what elevates it to the level that it's held at, and that the effects are very well done. So,
Okay.
I mean, well done. The Taming of Rebecca is a kith film from the 1970s. At one point, it was ruled by a government board that's apparently job was to review adult films for some reason,
Right.
as being one of the world's most depraved examples of the adult film industry. The plot's just gross. It's your standard gross adult film plot. There are a few things that make it stand apart from your standard adult film, like mutilation or whatever. The most interesting part of the whole thing is that the director of the film was later arrested for shooting a man in an ice cream parlor,
What the fuck?
supposedly trying to rob an ice cream parlor. So yeah, good for him, I guess. He didn't kill the guy, and then after he got out of jail, he went to college and became like a software engineer, which, okay.
That is very
The
random.
Necrophiles is a film about a zombie that is brought alive by a satanic cult that goes around murdering and kithing women. The entire thing is on YouTube for one, and looks like it was filmed on an iPhone, but I've got to say, it's the funniest thing on this entire list.
Really?
Like, at one part in the film, they tried to conjure a demon, so they just tie a baby doll to a string and then fly it around the room chasing people, and the acting is hilarious, and it's all hilarious. I think that the creator of this iceberg legitimately put this on here just to make me feel better. Like, if anyone is this far down and getting depressed and like
nice little
destroyed by
break.
everything that they're reading, this is an alleviation from it. Here, I'll play this clip. So, thank you, nice guy Phil, for making me feel a littlest bit more okay with
That's
this.
pretty good.
The one thing I would say that's like gory, quote unquote, about it is the blood effects do look pretty good. If I had to guess, they used like real animal stuff from a slaughterhouse to do it. So I mean, it looks pretty good, but the plot's so absurd and stuff around it's so absurd, and yeah. Eccentric Psycho Cinema is a 7-movie collection that is based around the concepts of girls being kidnapped and then bad things happening. There was a lot of like review boards that I pulled for these videos because, again, I don't want to watch them or I can't watch them, and one of which called this the worst film series of all time.
Damn.
And I don't think that was in a quality way. I think it was in a psycho cinema way. It's your standard like torture flick where it's just like an hour of gross stuff. The grossest part is at the end, the killer always collects souvenirs from his victims and they're always gross, so that's cool. A lot of these plots, like once I'm this far down, they just kind of feel similar, like this, a guinea pig and stuff like that. It's just like, aha, how gross can we be to this woman for an hour and a half? And that's the whole plot. Gateway Meat is the final part of Ron DeCaro's The Bright Side trilogy. I looked into a lot of the Ron DeCaro stuff, and in this realm of extreme violent movies, he's kind of held as sort of like a good director, or at least that's what the reviews I read would say. All of his stuff is very intense with its depictions and the subject matter. The plot of this one is that there is a family of Satan worshippers who the father figure passes away, and it's now up to the son to open up a gateway to hell, which
Okay,
naturally
nice.
is done by being as violent and as horrid and
course,
evil as
right.
you could possibly imagine.
It has
so
to be.
the standard evil things that you could picture would happen in order to open up a gateway to hell happen. The one, I guess, controversial element to it is that his 6 or 7-year-old daughter appears in the film.
Oh, that's
However, the
weird.
way they do it is shot to imply that she's there, although she's actually not, such as a still frame of her saying something and then cutting back to the scene
I
involved.
see,
So
okay.
even though it's edited to look like she's there, she's not actually on the set with all
Well,
of
that's
these
nice
gross
of him, I
things.
guess.
However, a lot of people understandably consider the very inclusion of it in any regard to be too much. I also have to mention, for some reason, I don't know if it's a political jab or what, there's random shots of George Bush throughout the entire movie. Like, as they're murdering people, the camera will pan and there will just be like a picture of George Bush on the mantle. So, yeah. When it comes to a lot of these, especially when I'm like this far down researching, I find myself asking weird questions about it because on the one hand, I don't want anything to be censored. I don't want to get to a point where we can't talk about certain elements, but at the same time, I don't want them proliferated to a degree that this is what we think like art needs to be or what we think shocking needs to be, because it's always a weird balance to strike, and especially when you get into more political ideas of if people are voting or going towards things that have dangerous effects, shouldn't we show those dangerous effects to the people? But at the same time, you don't want your entire society to be based on ideas of violence and evil, so there's got to be a middle ground somewhere, and honestly I don't know the answer. It's just a question that I find myself asking as I get into this, like, not necessarily where should the line be drawn, as in what should or shouldn't be allowed, because that's kind of a loaded question, but more so what is the preferred line to be drawn, or what should we encourage or discourage in a society? I don't know, just food for thought. Tier 6 is entirely shockumentaries, or as they're also known, Mondo films. And what better way to describe what a Mondo film is than with the 1962 Italian documentary Mondo Cane. Mondo Cane translates to A Dog's World, and it seems that the purpose of this film was to kind of push people into realms that they're not comfortable or familiar with.
Okay.
So in 1962, it was pretty rare for people to see anything outside of their bubble or outside of what their broadcast stations tell them.
Right.
And the point of the documentary was to take that a step forward. So for example, they show things like open graves that exist in Mexico, radiation damage done to the Bikini Atoll in the South Pacific and how that affects the wildlife there. And a lot of it is purposefully juxtaposed with how Western societies do something versus how other societies do it.
Right.
Like for example, it shows a dog park in San Francisco in which people are very cute and close with their pets, and then it cuts to a scene in New Guinea in which dogs are raised and killed for food. The idea is kind of to like disillusion people with their way of living, and in that respect I guess it works. There's some really weird details too. For example, it keeps going back to New Guinea since according to the film that's where the least developed group of people were at the time, and the narrator says plenty of things that you couldn't get away with saying today, like
Mondo
savages
Cane.
and whatnot. There are some interesting takes for
62.
me.
Okay,
like,
wow,
for
that's
example,
old.
it shows a woman who is supposed to be a bride for a coming man, so they just lock her in a box and feed her tapioca till she loses weight. But Mondo Cane did really well, and it inspired several creators to come forward later.
It is an
and start
interesting
the same idea of showing documentaries
subject.
that are about extreme things that most people do not think about, which is where the word Mondo films comes from. Cannibal Holocaust, which I mentioned earlier,
Oh, that's kind of a
is
Mondo
sort
film,
of
sure,
a
yeah.
play on the Mondo film idea. One of the most famous Mondo films of all time is known as Faces of Death. While Mondo Cane may have been the original, a lot of people call this the classic shockumentary. The preface for the documentary is that there is a doctor who studies death. Specifically, he studies how different cultures handle death and how death occurs. He shows it in a lot of regards, such as animals in illegal dogfighting rings and slaughterhouses in which animals are brought into the meat industry. The movie progressively gets more intense with it though. For example, we then see public assassinations, which are rather well known, along with other things like executions. It then gets into like animal attacks and keeps ramping up until we're at the point where we're just seeing police footage of people murdered on the street. Oddly enough, for such a low dollar documentary, especially coming out in the 1970s, this film grossed $35 million at the box office.
Holy
now,
fuck.
the big deal with Faces of Death is about half of it was real, as half of it was not. See, we're at the point now where we're not really talking about fake movies or setups anymore. We're
starting to
into
transition.
the real stuff.
Oh, God.
Faces of Death inspired a movie
no.
that came shortly after.
I bet
known as
everything on
Traces of
tier A is
Death.
going to be a banned film.
Faces of Death is a 5-part series
They're all
that is
gonna be banned.
exclusively videos of people dying. This includes everything from public suicide,
This was shown in theaters, huh?
buildings, to terrorist attack aftermath. It then shows things like autopsies, and the whole thing has a sort of true crime feel to it, as if we're watching someone come up on these scenes from just randomly on the street. When I talked about Rare a Dead Person at the end of Woman's Flesh, My Red Guts earlier, this is the kind of stuff that was in Rare and the kind of stuff you see throughout this tier. By the end of the movie, it gets pretty intense with images and videos of war deaths as well as tribal deaths, showing everything from cannibals to other ritualistic killings. But hey, the movie had metal bands make it an original soundtrack, so that's cool. Junk Films is the same kind of idea. Specifically, the guy who directed it is from Japan, and he travels the world just recording and photographing different images of death. Junk Films has no through line. Sometimes there's explanation given through subtitles that are put on screen, but other than that, it's just a random assortment of these clips put together. It's done in such a way as to portray death as a very objective thing and not put any meaning or reason behind it. Everything in here is shown from car crash victims to wartime tragedy, and even things like in India where they have open air cremations. It's just different looks at death from around the globe. Africa Adito, or as it's known in English, Africa Blood and Guts, is a British propaganda film that was made in 1966. See, this was right after Britain extracted itself from the African colonies, so for the first time in a long time, Africa had independence. The purpose of this film was to show the uprisings and wars that occurred in the area in a very brutal and intense way, as to say that Africa is not ready for Britain to let go of it. I should also mention that Britain hired the same crew who did Mondo Cane to do this film, knowing that they wanted it to be as brutal and realistic as possible. The film takes place over the course of 3 years and shows things like the Congo Civil War, as well as mass executions that occurred from one group of people to the other. And while it is interesting because some of these events, like the slaughtering of thousands of people, the camera crew does state that what you are witnessing is the only record that will ever exist of this event, which is humbling. However, as Roger Ebert says, this entire movie is a propaganda flick that does not give context to the events that are shown. For example, you can watch two people fight it out with each other and say, oh, it's because I didn't step in and get involved, but you don't know any of the conflict that's going on or the reason for the fighting itself. It's especially funny that Britain denies that it owned the African colonies, when they literally made a propaganda flick to encourage them to continue to own the colonies. But to this day, it exists as a very odd and weird piece of history. Similarly, Buried in the Sand is a pro-American flick of the war in Iraq. Buried in the Sand, or its full title, Buried in the Sand, The Deception in America, shows all of the stereotypical things you would expect out of an anti-Middle East pro-American flick, like beheadings, suicide bombings, and all that. It draws several parallelisms between the Middle East and Nazism, such as catching these out of context scenes of kids raising their hand up and saying that's an Aryan salute, which doesn't make any sense, and then showing kids in school and saying, see, look, they're being indoctrinated, and again, no context is given. It's another odd example of a very one-sided documentary, and sort of serves as the antithesis to what Mondo Cane and junk films were. Whereas they portrayed death and evil in a very objective top-down way, both this as well as African Adio are very trying to get across the point that this one view is the reason this is happening and we've got to do something about it. Orsko the Embalmer is made by the same guy that did the Junk Films video. So again, we have a very objective bipartisan view of death and destruction. Orsko the Embalmer follows an embalmer in Borgata, Colombia, by the name of Orsko. This region of Colombia is particularly known for the violence and death rate that it has. So much so that several scenes in the movie in which they find the body are very telling of the area around it. For example, at one point, a woman was found dead at a playground and the kids were just playing around her, not giving any mind to her lying there because they're so used to seeing that. I should also mention an embalming in the late 80s, early 90s Colombia is nothing like a Western embalming or an embalming you may be thinking of, because the whole process is he cuts them open, pulls out all of their organs, stuffs them with anything from hay to newspaper, and stitches them back up. The movie's very surreal since it's just a bunch of videos of that, them finding a body, bringing it in, stuffing it full of stuff, and sending it back out. And while it may seem throughout the movie that the embalmer's very cold or making jokes about the bodies and stuff like that, at the death rate that this area experienced at the time, and given his job, he kind of has to be. Death File Red is another one of those Mondo style series in which the whole point is to show the brutal side of the world. While there is your standard death fare in this one, what makes it different than the others is the living examples they have of sickness in the world. Like, sure, there's clips of self-immolation and whatnot, but what sets this one apart from the rest is the disabilities that are shown. For example, people with birth defects and children in very sad circumstances.
That is kind of fucked up.
Serve to just point a finger at it. Now, with Junk Films and Mondo Cane, this is once again a very objective look at it. Like, they're not trying to get a point across, they're just showing what's being seen. And the film doesn't do any more to hammer in a point rather than showing these illnesses and effects that are happening to people in less developed regions. And it's not like this is where you should donate or help money. It's again just showing what's happening. Banned from television touts itself as exactly what the title proclaims, that these were clips that were supposed to be used for television sets that are not allowed for obvious reasons. There is a narrator giving
That
context,
sounds kinda
but this is
interesting.
another one of the collective tape versions, similar as many describe to a true TV set. So the idea behind it is, say that you have an episode of Cops and midway through there's a car wreck and someone brutally gets killed. If they got footage of that body, then according to this, it would wind up on banned from television.
That actually sounds kind of cool.
That's what the entire 3-film series is. Just collections of things that were supposedly meant for TV, and then something happened.
That's actually kind of interesting. What the hell?
Black Metal Veins follows 5 heroin junkies on their journey of heroin. This documentary was directed by Lucifer Valentine,
Oh,
the same
the
guy who did
return.
the Vomit Gore trilogy.
the back. He's
Also
back.
known as my favorite director.
Hell yeah.
I know Lucifer's active on YouTube.
Really?
I didn't think I'd say that line. So if you're watching this, or if you ever do watch this, I don't hate you. I just want to talk.
Excuse me.
This, like many Mondo films, is a very objective look at what's going on. As Lucifer agreed, as director Lucifer Valentine agreed to simply record them as they go through this experience and not interact in any way. Or by interact, I mean call them.
I'm not seeing any good things about Lucifer Valentine. Like, I see a couple of people commenting on their movies, but then I also see people making vlogs about my experience with Lucifer, self-harm, addiction, and then like this girl. This is for you, Lucifer Valentine, and it looks kind of like a. Oh God, okay, Jesus.
Police or something.
I mean, with the name like Lucifer Valentine and the kind of movies that he's making, I'm not really surprised that he might be a kind of a bad person in real life. I don't know. I'm just kind of making assumptions. I haven't actually watched these videos yet, but Jesus.
Near the beginning, one of the 5 dies in a drug deal gone wrong. And then later in the movie, one of them overdoses and dies on camera. And there's, as agreed, no attempt to call the police or stop it. Other things are viewed, such as one of the junkies gets into prostitution in order
Kind of like
to
that
pay
movie
for the
Night
heroin,
Stalker.
to which the camera just
Nightcrawler.
records it. While this can be viewed as sort of a telling of don't do drugs, kids, and just a very hard, brutal look at where drugs can lead you, specifically heroin, given Lucifer Valentine's other work, I'm gonna guess that this is just a coincidental benefit, and that the main purpose of this, just like the other shocking movies, is to be exploitive and just point a finger at something and go, huh, ain't that weird. The Dark Side of Kith is another documentary that was produced by the British government. This one was specifically produced by Lion Television for Channel 4 and had Christopher Eccleston narrating. Yeah, the 9th Doctor from Doctor Who. The purpose of this
What the hell?
was to be an anti
How much you get paid for that?
propaganda flick that featured the dark side of the industry, from things such as STDs being prolific, as well as women and both men being forced to work. It got into the hard part of it too, which included drugs and murder and animals. One entire episode of this series was dedicated to Animal Farm, which is something that will be brought up in Tier 8. Archivos de Morte,
Oh,
or as
God.
it translates to Archives of Death, was really hard to find any information on because, you know, there's nothing really that exists for it in English. From everything that I've heard, it's kind of like your standard shockumentary. It also includes a lot of surgery stuff, such as prenatal care and like cosmetic surgeries gone wrong. But from what most people who have seen it say, it's more so exploitive than something like junk films, as it's trying to get a message across. So yeah, that's it for Tier 6. So while Tier 6 was like Mondo shockumentary films,
Yay.
Tier 7 is exclusively that. These descriptions are going to be very short, as I both don't want to go into it and can't go into it. UNKB002. I'm going to say 2 words, and if you know what they are, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't look it up. And those words are coprophagia and urophagia.
Okay, I gotta look these up. I gotta look these up. No. Do I have to look these up? No. Come on, man. Curiosity. Why?
If you know what they are, you know what I'm talking about. If you don't look it up. And those words are coprophagia and
Okay. What's the next one? Okay.
And Europhagia. Yeah. I should also mention that most of these are Japanese. Guso milk
That makes
1 to
sense.
4 is the exact same thing as what I just said.
Okay.
I should mention that this one has kind of had a challenge associated with it, similar to the 2 Girls 1 Cup video that went around, in which people get their friends to watch it to gross them out. I will mention this is like the pinnacle of grossness. Channel 309 is a Kith film that particularly focuses on the very hardcore aspects of it, such as disabilities and demonic elements like characters dressing in goat head outfits in order to conjure the devil. The entire thing is edited to look like nightmare fuel, like with heavy metallic and industrial noises and quick glitched editing and stuff like that. I should also mention that there was one website that was very like satanic and evil in its imagery that mentioned in the description for this video, because again, pretty much all these you have to actually order on DVD, that this was one of the most disturbed and messed up on its entire site. So take that as you will. So I think this one's on the wrong tier. Death to Kafar roughly translates to death to the infidel or death to the non-believer, and from what information I could find, it seems to be a propaganda flick from the Middle East against outsiders. So it's clips of like people being beheaded and murdered and executed and things like that. I think this belonged on tier 6 because it feels like a Mondo film, and there's no reference to Kith that I can find. So that's just my theory. But imagine this as the opposite of the Buried in the Sand one I mentioned in the Mondo one, as it's told from the opposite point of view. Squirmfest is the stuff I mentioned a minute ago, only this one has bugs too, like maggots and worms.
Nice.
So that's cool. I'm not even going to say the title of this one.
Ugh.
And it's that. It's just that. It's literally a combination of those things. And
there's 2 of them.
And I don't want to live on this planet anymore. In my notes for this one, it's literally just a sad face, because that's how it makes me feel. Kuso Limitless is another Japanese flick that is all the things that I've mentioned before. Moving on. The Motel Files and Other Random Cuts is made by the same people that made the Channel 309, and it's the exact same thing. It's cuts of violence and grossness, with the catch being it's set in a hotel, and it's the exact same editing style and everything I mentioned for Channel 309. So the KT trilogy is hard to find any information on. There were different things that said it was KT trilogy but didn't really make sense. I did find one blog post where someone mentioned this one, and it's just like the same grossness as Squirmfest and all those. So yeah. Saudi Scream is Imagine Guinea Pig, and I keep referencing that one because it's the standard.
That's the
for
torture
like
one,
just a video about a woman being tortured. So Imagine Guinea Pig but with kithing. And then there's sequels to it, and apparently the sequels are like weird parodies of the Saw movies, where there's these traps. Only in this one they don't die if they lose. Yeah, you get it.
Jesus, what the fuck?
Jinky 1819
Genki.
So one of the sources I was using for all of these, because they actually talk about them, is horrornet.news, in which they have reviewers who watch this absolutely depraved stuff and describe what's in it. And I should mention that someone who has seen pretty much everything I've mentioned beforehand said this was the one that broke them. So cool. If you are familiar with my core iceberg series, when I talked about the Sabichi Tomatovic tape, or the spider related one, I said that after she got out of that whole scandal, that she got popular in Jinky. So this is the type of place that welcomes that sort of behavior. It's specifically weird stuff involving weird things, specifically, and without going into any detail because I don't want to, 18 involves fish, 19 involves worms, and 21 involves frogs. Do with that information
God, what the fuck,
No
dude.
Vaseline.
It's just, God, man.
Swindle is the same people who did Channel 309 and the Motel Files, and it's the same. People said this one had machinery noise in the background to be more creepy and like industrial noises. It's got the same demonic overtones, and everything I found is just like, It's so try hard. It's like if you had, so earlier I mentioned like a group of like 14-year-olds. This is like if you had a group of like 17-year-old edgy kids who like set the neighbor's trash on fire, and you tell them to make a real gross, messed up film. This is like what they would do, because it's just like a regular film, and then they wear a creepy mask, and then they edit it to be real scary. So yeah, they also have elements of like blood and violence and all that, and I get this is something you wouldn't want to watch. Just because you don't want to watch it doesn't mean it's like effective horror, but whatever. I'm finally done with tier 7. I hated that. That's the worst one. And now we're into tier 8, which is exclusively snuff films. And yes, I'm more thankful to talk about this than I was the last one, because you haven't seen the things that I have to do this video for you. So all of these are snuff films on tier 8, except for one. Now, this one should probably have been in tier 7, similar to how the Death to Kafar one probably should have been in tier 6. But I'm glad that this one was in tier 8 instead, because it's so special to me. There's the word, my attempted pronunciation of Emoções Sexuais de Cavalo. I don't speak Portuguese, I'm sorry. So I originally saw this and had no idea what it was. And then a good friend came along and helped. If you remember my Core Iceberg series, I talked about a guy who helped me figure out what some of the core definitions mean. That friend of mine, who I've met through Reddit and YouTube, John Callahan 98, which if you see him in the comments or on Reddit, please thank him for this, is from Brazil and therefore can speak the language. So I send this to him and I'm like, hey man, do you have any idea what this can mean? No sources for it are in English. And he was like, dude, are you sure you want to know? So thanks to him, he informed me that this is an old film that was made sometime between the 60s and 80s. That is a Kith film involving a horse, right? Okay, so that's standard degeneracy, like whatever.
Standard, yeah.
But what's special
whatever.
is why it was made. The plot's weird too. It's like this dude has AIDS, and then he's chasing people around, and I guess it's to be like anti-AIDS in the 60s, I don't know. But the reason it was created is because at the time, the Brazilian government was under a dictatorship that censored all information. So their strategy was that rather than letting people make their own films, they're just going to make them for everyone. That way it's state oriented. They saw that there was a market for this kind of film. So the Brazilian government produced, funded, and made
Oh my god.
a
No
film
way, dude.
with a horse.
Oh my god.
Which means
that's some
it is sanctioned.
that is insane. What the fuck?
It's so bizarre. Like, why would
That
a
is
government
wild,
make
man.
that?
That was the 60s? Oh god,
It's
man.
a really weird example of like, gotta give the people what they want, but like,
What the
do you
fuck?
really? And what's wild is that's not the only one. There are others involving different species, and it's so weird and so odd. Brazil never stopped being Brazil. Snuff R73 is really weird, as pretty much no one talks about it. So every forum that I came across to find information on stuff for tier 8 was pretty open with talking about the other ones, like, oh yeah, this happens and this does. But as soon as someone would mention R73, everyone would shut up. There were people in the comments of the original question like, you can't talk about that. Do not talk about that on the ClearNet. Only talk about it on a Tor browser,
Wow.
etc. A bunch of people compared what was in it to Most Disturbed Person on Planet Earth, which we'll get to in a second. But supposedly this one contains high production stuff made for it. In other words, people with money producing it. And by a lot of people who do sort of mention on the ClearNet, they implied this may be the worst snuff film out there. No, I did not get on a Tor browser to find this stuff. I would like to keep my existence, thank you. Speaking of Most Disturbed Person on Planet Earth 1 to 3, also known as MD Pope online, is what we're going to see several of, called mixtape films. Mixtape films are exactly that. There's no narrative to it. It is just jumbled together clips, or essentially a compilation video of these things. A lot of the stuff on this tier, if you're familiar with like live leaks, I guess wouldn't be that odd or strange to you, but if you're not, it really is some of the worst stuff you can come across. MD Pope is basically just a compilation of stuff that you could find on shock sites. This includes stuff like the Mr. Hands video, animal abuse,
Oh, God.
the Mexican chainsaw video, and stuff like that. Also, you apparently can't find a copy of this on the ClearNet or anything that isn't the darknet.
Makes
However,
sense.
one of the guys that I've mentioned in the description, Brutality Will Rule 666, gave an in-depth description of all of the clips that are seen in this film. So if you really want to know, check out his channel. But I'm not really going to talk about it here because, like, again, if you know Lively, you should get the point. Fubar is another one of these mixtape films. Another one of the guys that I was watching to keep up with this stuff, unboxed, watched, and reviewed. This made him throw up, which is saying a lot considering he covers all the stuff I've talked about previously. This one has execution shots and crime scene videos, and where this is different from like the Shockumentary and Mondo stuff I talked about previously is a lot of this is like in-person modern day, so it's a lot more intensive and gross with it. There's also clips of surgeries and stuff like that. And the thing I mentioned earlier, Animal Farm. Animal Farm may be the most widely banned film of all time. There were copies that made its way into the UK in the early 90s, to which the UK police had these massive like breakdowns and invasions to try to rid every copy of the movie in existence. The content of the film is Animal Farm, and supposedly they had destroyed every copy of it in existence until Fubar came out. In it, there are clips from the original Animal Farm, meaning that someone kept that quiet in enough time for this to come out, redistribute it under this hidden title, and then put it back out there. So this is a once thought destroyed film now put into production as something else. Also, I should mention, like all of these are highly illegal because there's a difference like in legality between like
I kind of figured Tier 8 was
something
just going
that
to be a
someone
bunch
dies
of
in,
banned
and then having
films.
something that the express purpose is like unseen crime, basically. Most of these will catch you either a cheese pizza charge all the way to withholding evidence. So I highly stress, do not research, do not look up on your own, please. The one thing about this one that's really weird is in between the brutal, awful clips, there will be Happy Tree Friends episodes.
Wait, really?
All right, cool. I know I keep saying cool, but like there's that's my just default reaction to this filth. The Ogrish collection is from an older website known as Ogrish, which is essentially a mixtape or greatest hits of the stuff from their website. Ogrish rebranded in 2006 to Live Leak, so same thing. What's really weird about this one is that there was an Indiegogo campaign for it, which didn't have any contributors, obviously. There's just an FBI agent watching the Indiegogo page like, oh, I see that your mom 666 donated to the Ogrish collection. Interesting. That Gore Volume 1 and 2. Only evidence I could find that this thing exists was from a French website, and I don't speak French. Supposedly this one is just several clips of body harm throughout and heavy metal played over it, and by body harm I mean like stuff that could kill you body harm. There's also several like different videos that apparently claim to be it, but the original one supposedly contains cheese pizza, so gross. I can't say these names. I don't want to say these names. This is awful. You can go back and look at the tier when I screenshot it earlier, but I'm not doing this one.
I gotta see it. I gotta see it. Where am I? 11541. What was it? FM? Oh, ew. Oh, what the? Oh, God, man. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
It's a mixtape like all the others. Just horrible, gross, disgusting things. It's again only distributed on the dark web as with
wrong
these
with
others,
people, man?
and it's live leak and gross and evil and awful and yeah. Finally, this one, Registros Feitas 3. Sure. Once again, John Callahan 98 helped me with this one because all the results were in Portuguese. Not that I'm complaining. This one's also a mixtape of crimes against people and murder and all that fun stuff. The difference in this one, I guess, from other ones is there's several factory and industrial accidents included that you would see on Live Leak, so I guess that's variety. And it, like all these others, is just further examples of depravity on film set to music in a illegal film collection. So yeah, and we are done. That's it. That's the entire disturbing movie Iceberg.
That was
I'm going to
awful.
go
That was
clear my
terrible.
browser, drink coffee, and cry. I do want to say though, when you get hyper focused on this stuff, it's really hard to recognize how put away and shamed it is by the rest of society, because whenever you're looking at it, you just think, oh, this is how the world is, this is how evil is, and it can really get you down.
It's just like a very, very small corner.
You gotta go looking for it, and anything that you go looking for, you're gonna find. As depressed and awful as you want to view the world, is as awful as you're gonna find it. And to get to it, you've got to ignore all the beauty that's around you in forms of art, forms of expression, forms of people.
Thanks,
and
Wendigoon.
while it's interesting to kind of poke your head into the rabbit hole and see how awful it gets, you got to remember to take your head out every now and then. So while it's fun to look at it, and while I enjoyed bringing this topics to you, because I think that there's always going to be this thing in people that kind of want to see how bad the world can get, I also want to emphasize that it's really not that bad. Because yeah, the world can be a pretty messed up place, but it can be a pretty cool place too. Part of that positivity is you all watching this video. For me, a small-time creator who is now having more subscribers and views than I've ever thought I could have or know what to do with.
How much do you have at this point?
I want to say from the
small
bottom of my
time.
heart, thank you for watching. I mentioned in the beginning, but I want to give specific shout outs to some
Oh, it goes from
people
horror to
who
just plain
made this
illegal.
possible.
Yeah,
If
makes
you
sense.
enjoyed this video, I highly encourage you to go to one of their latest videos and
Yeah, exactly. Past tier 2, he just like, he just did not want to talk about any of these movies after that. The first 2, he was a little excited, you know, they're just kind of classic horror movies. Then it's like, okay, all right, here we go. Now, let's go down the rabbit hole. This is gonna be fucked up. Well, that was depressing. Jesus Christ, that was awful. Thanks, Wendigoon. All right, next video. All right, in the same kind of genre, we're gonna watch and explore with this video. When a killer, refresh this. When a killer doesn't realize he's being recorded.
That guy just admitted he killed my daughter! He said that he went out one night and he went to some girl's trailer and went in with the intention of kidnapping her.
It's not that I don't feel emotion, but I keep a very tight rein on it. I used to go to high school with him. He was creepy to me. There was death, the high priestess.
Killed my goddamn sister.
What the fuck?
Shit.
What are those tarot cards?
From the moment Lee was born, Max Porter was very protective of his little sister. The two remained as thick as thieves all throughout high school. And when Max went off to college to major in massage therapy, Lee followed him as soon as she could, even going into the same major. Unfortunately, these siblings couldn't be joined at the hip forever. And when Max moved to California after college, Lee began to struggle. She fell behind in school and eventually dropped out. At 19, she began a relationship with a 38-year-old man named Jesse. According to interviews with Jesse, it was while dating him that Lee found herself immersed in a world full of parties, drama, and heroin. This went on for months, with Lee's friends and family noticing her rapid decline into addiction and depression. In May of 2014, Lee made a concerning post on Facebook. "Some nights, I can't sleep. I end up staying up all night thinking of all the things in my life I f***ed up. You'd think after trying really hard to get back up on my feet and actually doing it, I'd be proud of myself, but nope. I simply can't get out of this state of depression. I would love it if someone would talk to me right now, with an open mind and heart." Lee's DMs were soon filled to the brim with people reaching out to help her. One of the many friends and family members who reached out was a man named Christopher Wade.
That looks kind of creepy.
The two had known each other in high school, but hadn't been incredibly close. Regardless, Chris reached out and told Lee that if she ever needed someone to talk to, he was always there. Seeing him as someone who cared about her well-being, she began confiding in him about the struggles she'd been going through. Jesse was planning on moving away in order to get clean, meaning Lee was about to be homeless. She also told him about her struggles with addiction. Despite the bad choices she'd made, Lee wanted nothing more than to get her life on track, and she was determined to get sober. Eager to help his friend, Chris offered to be her accountability partner on her journey to sobriety, and he even offered to help her move into a friend's house on June 3rd. With some hope for the future, Lee was looking forward to June 3rd and getting her life on track. However, the date came and went, and those closest to Lee realized that no one had heard from her in over 24 hours. While it might be normal to go days without hearing from a friend or relative, Lee always kept in contact with people, and she would update her Facebook page multiple times a day. Silence from her could only mean one thing.
She's dead.
Something was terribly wrong. The last thing Renee, Lee's mother, had heard from Lee was that she was planning on going to Chris's apartment on the 3rd. Renee called Chris to ask if Lee was with him, and he told her that Lee had left his apartment on the 3rd and had gotten into a mysterious truck. Not thinking much of it at the time, Chris informed Renee that he hadn't heard from Lee since she left his apartment, and he was shocked to learn that no one else had either. With no sign of Lee anywhere, Renee got the police involved, and Facebook groups were quickly organized to help find any information regarding Lee's location. After a week with no sign of her anywhere, the police began interviewing those closest to Lee to see if they could shed some light on what may have happened to her. Eager to find her, Chris spoke to police in the hopes that maybe he could help them track down the mysterious truck he had seen Lee get into. The following mostly never-before-seen footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, and a licensed professional counselor.
So I understand that Lee actually came and spent some time with you. Yes. And you kind of repeated that story ad nauseum, so I'm not going to go through a lot of the details as to that because I've read the reports. And you went through it pretty much in detail with Detective Lopez this morning about how, she started messaging you back and forth on Facebook in the last couple of weeks. And stop me if I'm wrong and correct me if I'm wrong, but let me just summarize this a little bit. She had been messaging you, telling you that her relationship was going bad, asked you about maybe having a place to stay. You agreed to let her do that. Yeah. Is that correct? Yes. Why would she ask you a place to stay? She didn't ask me. I offered it to her. Okay. And as far as it wasn't that it was going bad, it was that she had already broken up with her boyfriend. I asked her if she needed a place to stay or if she needed money or anything like that. She never asked me for money, but she did initially take me up on having a place to crash for a while until she got back on her feet.
As soon as detectives begin questioning Chris on his relationship with Lee, his hand comes up to his face.
Uh-oh, can't do
this
that.
This could be a sign of discomfort and self-soothing.
What you want to do is just not move at all during an interview. What I've noticed during these videos, everything you do can be psychoanalyzed. Oh, he's twitching a little bit. Oh, he's nervous. Oh, he's looking around. Oh, he's nervous. Oh, he's lying about something. He's moving his hands. Oh.
Which detectives will likely take note of. However, being in an interrogation in front of police would make anyone uncomfortable.
Tell me, Chris, why would you be so generous and offer to let your place be used by a young drug user?
I guess the best answer to that would be is because she's a friend. And I'm extremely loyal to my friends.
Is this the same guy with the kind of emo haircut?
The ones I haven't spoken to in years were to ask me for it. I'd give them the shirt off my back.
Chris starts out his response by saying, I guess the best answer would be. This seems to imply that he's not just answering, but instead, he's thinking about the best way to answer.
That is kind of a weird way
would be the most
respond to that
acceptable
question.
to the detectives. The truth would likely be a bit of niceness mixed with a bit of self-serving motivation. While this is a completely standard motivation for helping someone, Chris is clearly worried that this might make him look suspicious. His words here are likely a slip-up, as they show he's more interested in giving the best answer rather than the truth.
I asked her, where am I meeting you so we can go and get your stuff and get you moved in. I tried asking her several times on that, but she never really replied to that. She would always change the subject.
Did she ever get mad at you and act like you were prying?
No. Not to my knowledge.
So during this most recent time when she was spending time with you, was she ever angry?
No, she was very depressed, though. Then around 1 o'clock, we went over to the Boston Market off of 92nd and Sheridan.
During this time you were with her, did she talk about her drug problem at all?
No. I asked her how she was doing, and she said she was doing good, and that she hadn't had any temptations or hadn't been using again.
Did she seem like she was high at that time?
Not really. It seemed, now that I think about it, that she was more coming down off of it.
Chris states that he believed Lee might have been coming down off of a high. The short-term effects of coming down would be an elevated heart rate, elevated breathing rate, and an increased blood pressure rate, making the individual seem almost panicky. From how we've heard Chris describe Lee that day, she seemed to be calm and quiet to the point of appearing depressed. Based on this description, it seems unlikely that she was actually coming down off a high.
When you said that she was depressed, what did you mean by that?
She had told me she was depressed.
She told you she was?
Yes.
When she came out, I am depressed.
She texted me on Tuesday.
She did say that on her
and said,
post, right?
Feeling kind of depressed. Can we hang out?
Okay.
And so I said, okay. And I was making sure that I was trying to keep her as optimistic as possible.
How are we doing that?
I treated her out to lunch. I was being as courteous as possible to her, asking her, you hungry? You want something to eat, some snacks, something to drink when we got back? And she seemed to be somewhat receptive to that, but throughout the whole time, the smiles never went to her eyes. Well, normal smiling will cause the eyes to start to crinkle a little bit, to squint. But when she was smiling, it was just with her mouth. There wasn't any eye movement.
Okay.
So what is that?
I mean, that kind of makes sense, sure. She was faking it?
That tells me that she was...
Is he gonna try and say that, like, she
she
killed
was
herself
kind
or
of
something? Like she disappeared and she probably killed herself? That's his alibi? Or
she was telling the truth when she
not
was
alibi,
depressed. But now that I think about it, with her coming down, it just might have been that she didn't like lying to me.
Chris is a student of criminal justice at Everest College, so this observation may be something he picked up in a class on nonverbal communication and behavioral analysis, though it also indicates that he was watching her very closely.
So you guys were together then that afternoon after you've eaten at the restaurant?
Yeah.
You're back at your place playing video games?
Yes.
How long did that go on for?
what were they playing?
I went on for maybe 2 hours or so.
A couple hours.
Yeah.
Does she bring up the depression issue anymore?
No, she doesn't, but I still keep an eye on her.
So you characterizing her behavior then that afternoon as being depressed? Is that what you're using?
As depressed, but not self-destructive.
By stating that Lee seemed depressed, Chris appears to be leaving open the option that Lee might have taken her own life.
We were just getting ready to get back into the video game.
I knew it.
She leaned in and kissed me. I was letting her go as far as she wanted. Then when it led to the bedroom, we kind of flip-flopped between who had the wheel, so to speak.
Well, before you actually went into the bedroom, was there some discussion about that?
Well, when she started taking off her sweater, I broke it off and I asked, "Are you sure about this? Is this? I'm not asking you to do this.
Do you think so?
I was not wanting to impose that on her.
Yeah, sure you did, buddy.
Any sort of implication towards that.
Did you end up using a condom?
No, I did not.
So she didn't ask you to, and you didn't have.
Kind of a random question. What do you want to know that, officer?
She said no.
Was there ever any concern on your part that maybe she'd been pretty active, and that possibly you were putting yourself at risk for an STD?
Why does this matter?
I mean, that's always a possibility with anyone you meet, but that didn't really occur to me till after.
Really? I mean, a non-drug user who's doing dope and no place to live, and
well, it seemed to me.
He's like, I wouldn't stick my dick in that, man.
I know I'm saying that a lot, but
hey, but to each their own.
To me, from the way she was wording things and the way she was talking, that she hadn't really gone that far to get drugs. And I got sort of a confirmation from this from her boyfriend.
You asked her that?
Who admitted to using with her for a while, but then started cleaning himself up. That she didn't really like the idea of paying for something.
Although the detectives don't know it yet, this statement from Chris would later play a vital part in their investigation.
Interesting,
Afterwards,
okay.
She just asked, you know, I'm tired, can I just pass out for a while? And then about, I don't know, an hour and a half after.
As he speaks, Chris has been engaging in a lot of face-touching and stroking behaviors.
Doing like the thinking,
This kind of continuous movement can indicate doubt or uncertainty. The person might be unsure about a particular idea, question, or situation, and the repetitive gesture could be a self-soothing or comforting behavior.
It also kind of gives off the vibe that he's just kind of making this up as he goes. He's just kind of thinking,
to manage stress or discomfort. Occasional chin stroking wouldn't necessarily be suspect, but Chris has constantly had his hand to his face throughout the interview.
My roommate came back home, and I let him know that, yeah, I had a guest over and that we were not decent.
Chris appeared to cover his mouth here. This could be an indication that some part of this statement is
He's
either
lying.
a half-truth or a lie, as sometimes people try to literally cover their lie as it comes out of their mouth.
What did she say?
That's interesting.
Well, for the most part, she was asleep in my bed. Then afterwards, I was out there. I was out in the living room. We were talking. We're talking. That's my roommate's name. Then he said something that caused a light bulb, and I started thinking, and she had that bag with her that she didn't let leave her side. If she went out to get something from her car, she would bring that with her.
What kind of bag are you talking about?
It was a purple bag. I think it was
Crown
a
Royale.
bag.
So you're talking about one of those little velvet bags that they carry around for stashes, that type of thing?
Yeah.
And in fact, you later looked in that bag.
Yes.
What did you
Afterwards, I saw her drug paraphernalia.
Her drug paraphernalia.
I only went through the Crown Royal bag.
Yes,
So
officer.
you found out while she was sleeping.
Yeah.
You woke her up.
Yeah, I woke her up very gently. I apologized to her because I had looked into the bag.
What was her response to you violating her privacy?
After I explained myself to her, I think she was annoyed that I had done it without her permission, but I think she understood where I was coming from. Because, as I told her, I was worried about her. So I just wanted to make sure that she was okay.
Notice the change in pitch and rushed way he says okay.
Make sure that she was okay.
He's not being very forceful with the word, as if he knows she wasn't okay. As well, deceptive people often engage in what is known as emphasis. Emphasis could include many behaviors, with one such behavior being repetition, where the deceptive individual repeats a key point or phrase that supports what they want to instill in the listener's mind. In this case, Chris is repeatedly mentioning how he's a nice guy and was very gentle to Lee, even when he was waking her up and confronting her about her potential drug use.
I woke her up very gently.
It's possible that there was a time when Chris was not so proper and gentlemanly with Lee, so he may want to emphasize this supposed gentlemanly side of himself in order to hide his darker side.
After I woke her up, she still seemed kind of depressed, but not as much. So
after you woke her up to confront her about the drug paraphernalia.
Yes, and she still seemed kind of depressed. So I did what I don't normally do. If someone asks me to do a tarot reading for them,
my God.
will do a tarot reading for them. But other than that, there's not very many people that I will ask if they would like me to do a tarot reading for them. After I laid out the cards, the first thing that popped out to me were that there were 3 of the major arcana. Those indicate something significant.
Show me what you did.
Okay. Well,
I mean, it's better if you show me and explain it because I'm completely lost.
Notes about some of Chris's past tarot readings would eventually make their way into the hands of law enforcement. His entries clearly express just how seriously he took his interpretations
Oh yeah,
of the
no, he
meanings
seems
behind the cards.
sounds very serious
One
about
note
it.
in particular was especially ominous. It read as follows: The Devil Reversed. This is a curious card to reveal in this position. The devil represents the base nature of man, the primordial chaos as opposed to the reasonable order. The devil is known as the sin card, representing murder, lies, deceit, trickery, and other such things. It is unclear which meaning is right. Based on the position and the reversal, it could mean that I must stick to the straight and narrow. Transversely, it could mean that, in order to get the results I desire, I must do something morally wrong. In time, it seems the
Or it
meaning
could just
behind
mean
the card
or it could just mean I'm going to get laid. Wait, why did he read that out?
became all too clear for Chris.
The cards I used, I remember two of them well. I'm about 95% sure on what the other three were. There was Death, the High Priestess, the Three of Cups, Ace of Wands, and Judgment. Overall, I told her that this was was one of the more optimistic readings that I had ever done. A lot of these cards, literally almost all of these cards, death accepted, are very positive cards. They don't have any sort of, not necessarily negative meaning, but the negative meanings that they do have are not as significant as as she would come to physical harm or anything like that.
So you told her it was an optimistic reading.
Yeah, so I told her that based off of, what the cards were saying, as well as what she had told me, that this, though it may not seem like it at a good time, is actually going to be very good for her.
Following this statement, Chris can be seen rubbing his face, which is another sign of his possible anxiety and lack of confidence. Detectives then pivot and begin asking Chris for more information regarding the mysterious truck that supposedly picked Lee up that day.
So how would somebody who contacted her and left either a message or her phone notified her or gave her a notification, how would they have even known where she was at?
Honestly, I thought that was her ride. I didn't know if she had a car or not, because she said she needed my car to help with storage for moving. So I thought that she didn't have a car and that she had gotten a ride up here from someone else. It wasn't until Friday afternoon that when her brother Max called me that I even realized she even had a car.
This is actually a lie. Lee's car was found abandoned at Chris's apartment complex. Not only does this show that Chris is being dishonest, but it also calls into question why Lee would get into a mysterious truck if her vehicle was with her. Had she been planning on coming back?
Well, earlier you said that when she would keep that bag with her at all times. When she went out to her car.
Here, Chris is caught in another of many lies.
Oh no.
When confronted
He's
over his
slipping.
conflicting statements regarding Lee's car, Chris stops talking and can be heard taking many deep breaths.
Uh-oh.
When individuals are anxious, the body needs more oxygen. So people will use various methods to get that oxygen, such as breathing deep or sniffing.
Have you ever traveled with her anywhere after that?
No.
Once she got in that truck and left your parking lot, you have not seen her since.
I have seen her.
Where did you go with her?
The only place I went with her, besides within my apartment, was to Boston Market, and I showed the officers when they arrived the receipt for the Boston Market.
You didn't go anywhere else with her?
Nowhere else.
Have you traveled yourself towards the DIA, out towards the airport at all in the last couple of days?
No.
Since she's left, you've not gone out that direction?
No, not at all.
There's schools up around
I take
Grant and 92nd Grant.
yes.
Have you gone east of there?
No, not really. I don't really get out all that much. For the most part, I might go out maybe once in a blue moon and have a drink at the bar. But other than that, I stay at home, watch movies or work on my book or whatever, or what have you.
So we would be to get a printout from your phone's provider. Who's your phone provider?
TrackPhone?
I know it's TrackPhone. Is that the actual company that
TrackPhone?
Yes.
provides the service?
Yes.
Never heard of it.
And TrackPhone was able to give us the coordinates for every time your phone pinged somewhere.
Yeah.
Which they can do. I don't know if you know what
Yeah, I know
that
about that.
means, but when your phone is activated either by receiving a call, sending a text, whatever, receiving a text, it bounces off of a cell tower.
Yeah. I understand
So
that.
if we traced your phone, what would it tell us?
Notice how this is the moment that Chris decides to tidy up the cards, which is likely a grooming behavior. This suggests that Chris is feeling anxious about the information his phone may
This
reveal
motherfucker's
about
been
his
anxious since
location.
fucking he walked into the room. What do you
Individuals may
mean?
engage in grooming behaviors in order to expel nervous energy. This may take the form of grooming themselves, such as adjusting the
Yeah,
collar
kinda
of their
running
shirt
your
or
hand through your
smoothing
hair.
out imaginary wrinkles from their clothes.
Makes sense.
It may also involve grooming their immediate surroundings, such as wiping dust off the table, moving a water glass.
God damn, you can't do anything, man. You can't do anything. Everything will get psychoanalyzed. I swear to God, man.
Or in
Jesus.
Chris's case, stacking up his tarot cards. When
Oh
Chris
my
is asked
God.
about what his phone data will show, you can see him covering his mouth, which can be a sign of deception, as individuals may do this as a way of literally covering a lie. Now that detectives know the supposed story of what happened to Lee on June 3rd, it's time for them to ask Chris some hard-hitting questions. Unbeknownst to him, they've been doing their research on him over the past week, and they've discovered some very disturbing information straight from Vicky Wade, Chris's own mother.
Can you fill me up a little bit of
Christopher's
history growing up?
What are you ratting on
Yeah,
me, Mom?
he went into the Army.
How did he do it?
And
He did some deployment time?
he did some deployment time. He started having nightmares in deployment, and they sent him back.
Okay. Did he get
Nightmares.
discharged?
Huh.
Yes,
And what was that? Was that a medical discharge or
it was a medical, yeah.
for psychiatric reasons?
Yes. And he said he didn't get a lot of sleep. They didn't have the barracks set up to where the night crew could sleep. I don't know if that contributed to the hallucinations. I'm not sure exactly what he was hallucinating.
What would make you think he had hallucinations?
That's what he told me.
He did?
Yeah.
What,
That's what Chris told me.
when was that?
When he was in the Army after he got back.
What kind of hallucinations?
It's possible that the stress from the deployment triggered Chris to experience psychosis. It's also a possibility that he faked symptoms to get out of the military, but typically, military doctors are able to assess for malingering, which is when someone exaggerates or fakes illness.
Growing up, his dad was into, and Chris found it online at a very young age. Chris was pretty messed up with it in high school.
Okay.
He stashed pictures of every sort.
What was he looking at?
Well, I call it pretty hardcore. It was...
Are you talking about like bondage stuff, or is it just strictly?
No, not really bondage, just ugly stuff.
It's not hardcore. What are you talking about? I literally just watched a movie. Oh, okay, or a video. Okay.
From the principal called me one day and said he had touched a girl inappropriate at school.
Oh, weird.
How old was he then?
That was the sophomore, junior year.
What did he do? Like sniffer?
When's the last time you talked to him? He said.
The last time we talked was a week ago. He was home not this past weekend, but the weekend before. And he's got a new girlfriend, and we were talking about that, and some of the concerns that I had in this situation.
What are your concerns?
Well, she told him that she wanted to talk to me. She's pregnant.
Game informant.
Not
Oh
by
man.
Chris, but by another man. And Chris was, the feeling I got is Chris was trying to rescue her from some of bad boyfriends that she's had.
Trying to rescue vulnerable women seems to be a pattern with Chris. Not only did he do this with his pregnant girlfriend, but he also tried to do something similar with Lee, offering her a place to stay and some money as soon as he learned she was down on her luck and recovering from an addiction.
I asked her if she needed a place to stay or if she needed money or anything like that.
This grandiose complex may make Chris feel like the savior or hero who is protecting all of these women.
I mean, I don't know. I really appreciate you opening up to me and calling me that.
It's really hard because I don't want him to get in trouble for the past stuff.
Right.
Armed with this disturbing
As a video
information,
game player.
it's time for detectives to confront Chris.
Well, the family's pretty concerned about this whole topic.
Yeah.
And you know, they're being accusatory towards us.
Yeah.
Directed at you, and they're upset at you about this whole thing. They think you took advantage of her.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they actually think that you did something to her.
Honestly, I don't know where that's coming from them. I mean, yeah, I don't really know the mother all that well, but...
Well, let me tell you one place it's coming from.
Okay.
It's coming from family, friends, and specifically related to your mother,
Mm-hmm.
telling people things about fantasies that you had in high school.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
There wasn't anything like that. And Lee. And...
Well, how about
Oh no, my boy's sweating.
fantasies that maybe you
Little
might
bro's
have shared
sweating.
with either your mother or other family members or people about what some of the fantasies might have been in high school.
honestly, my fantasy life is private. I keep that completely separate from my normal life.
As you should.
Well, most people do, but
Yeah.
this was enough that it was actually, it's out there. We have people telling us now that you had fantasies in high school of wanting to kill women
Oh God.
and bury them in the woods.
Jesus.
He said that he went out one night and we didn't know it, and he went to some girl's trailer and went in with the intention of kidnapping her and taking her out in the woods. The dog started barking or something, and
What a fucking
and so
creep,
he got
dude.
scared and left.
Did
Oh
he
my
say what his
God.
plan was to do when he kidnapped that girl?
You just said kill her. Bury her in
He
the
was
woods.
going to take her out in the woods for,
Oh, Jesus.
What would he do?
and kill her.
From how she describes it, it seems like Vicky heard that her son was experiencing the desires of a serial killer and did nothing to intervene or get him help.
What the fuck?
While the
She did
incident with the
nothing
girl-
after that? No way, dude. What the fuck? Dude, parent of the year. Holy shit.
When the trailer was 5 to 6 years ago, it's likely that Chris's desire to take advantage of a woman never went away. He just learned that it could be hazardous to act on those desires directly, so he adjusted his method. He may have believed that by zoning in on vulnerable girls, he could live out some of his fantasies without as much risk.
Okay. That was
Okay.
trying to remember back, but
It seems unlikely that Chris wouldn't remember what the detectives are talking about, and his acting skills don't appear to be fooling them.
Do you understand why?
yeah, I understand it.
We as the police department and the people that here work here, and now we're looking into this young lady who's missing. Under suspicious,
Yeah, I absolutely
under
understand.
suspicious circumstances in the sense that she's dropped off the map, not making
Yeah.
calls to anybody that she normally talks to almost on a daily basis.
Yeah, I understand.
We're getting calls and we're getting contacted by the family who said, you did something to her. I don't know. I don't know you from Adam,
Yeah.
but some of these people know you pretty well. To the point that they knew what some of your fantasies were in high school.
Honestly, I never told anyone my fantasies.
Not even your mom?
No.
Did you ever have any discussions with your family about your sexual orientation?
No.
Did they ever confront you about that? Did they ever suspect that maybe you might be gay?
Honestly, I'm bisexual, but they don't need to know that. That's what I whatever I do with whoever I do it with is my business.
So that was never an issue with you and your parents or your family?
If they have any suspicions about that, they kept it to themselves.
Really?
Yes.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Shouldn't have done that. Book 'em, boys. Book 'em.
Chris takes 2 pretty large drinks of water during this line of questioning.
Can't do that.
Department and the people that here work here, and now we're looking into this.
Oh no, not the double. GG. G fucking G, my friend.
This is often considered nonverbal communication, indicating nervousness. When a person is anxious, the fight or flight response is triggered, which can cause the throat to become dry. This could explain Chris's desire for water in those moments of high stress when these topics were brought up. Additionally, when some people are nervous, they will drink water or do some other kind of action to diffuse the awkwardness they may feel. The act of grabbing a cup of water in front of them allows them to focus on something else aside from the intense stare of the detective sitting in front of them.
Well, Chris, I'm going to ask you right out, flat out, right now. Do you know where Leah is? And did you do something to her?
I did nothing to
Yes
her
and
beyond
yes.
what I've already said, and honestly, I have no idea where she is.
It's important to note that Chris doesn't outright say no when answering this question. This could be an indication of deception, as straight-up lying is hard for most people. Instead, by giving a vague and non-committal answer, Chris can still feel like he's partially telling the truth. The detectives will take note of this statement and his lack of actual denial. We also hear him use the word honestly here.
Honestly, when you put it that way, honestly, I'm bisexual, but honestly, I never told anyone my fantasies.
Something that he's said with increasing frequency throughout the interview. His increase in using this convincing statement is telling, as this behavior often shows up more when someone is hiding something and is desperately trying to convince someone that they're telling the truth, rather than actually being honest. Regardless of what Chris is saying to the detectives, they can tell that he's hiding something from them.
So is there a reason why we would find
Oh,
Leah's blood in your
you can't be doing that, my friend.
in your pay?
We were starting to get a little more physical. We accidentally bumped into each other and had a nosebleed, and she had a nosebleed.
Okay, dude.
Well, what do you mean other than that?
Sure she did.
If she had a nosebleed, there's blood dripping, right?
Yeah, it was, and we cleaned it up, and it wasn't really anything, I didn't really think much of it at the time, so after she got up, I, cleaned up the little bit of a mess. I mean, it wasn't a major gusher, it was just a couple of drops.
Where at?
So I'm on my pillow.
I'm a little concerned that your story about your sheets.
Yeah.
Chris begins covering his eyes in a movement known as eye blocking. This is a clear indication that he doesn't like where this conversation is going, and there's obviously something about this particular conversation about the sheets that he doesn't want to think about or hear.
Where are your sheets in the pillow?
My pillows are currently on my bed. As far as the sheets, I have no clue. I mean, for the most part, checking stuff in the laundry pile isn't something you really remember all that much. So it was routine, and it was covering the duffel bag, so when she grabbed the duffel bag, she might have thought that was just hanging out of it, and she'd stuff it in there.
Chris uses a selective memory statement, I have no clue, quickly followed by an exclusion qualifier for the most part. He also begins fiddling with his collar and ventilating his shirt. Though this is sometimes seen as a sign of lying, this movement is more clearly an indication of someone's anxiety, as they may be growing hot or uncomfortable as their body temperature, sweat, and blood flow increase due to stress. That, combined with him nervously rubbing his neck, constitutes a cluster of deceptive behaviors. He's clearly feeling the stress of the interrogation here.
He's freaking out, man. Look at him, dude. He's like, oh, is it hot in here or is it just me? Holy fuck.
If you did,
Some AC you can crank?
no big deal. Tell us that.
We're gonna start
If
gulping.
you did it,
Gulp.
Yeah.
and because you're freaked out that there's blood on there, she's missing, and you're thinking, oh, people are going to think the worst. I better get rid of this. I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
He cannot
okay?
hide his
But for you to tell me how I don't have
his
to go with
nervousness
that, I don't
well.
understand. So if that's
Because
what
I really
would
do
be
not
honest.
understand. And if I had gotten rid of the sheets, wouldn't I have gotten rid of the pillow too? Why would I keep the pillow but not the sheets?
Well, was the pillow have a pillowcase on it?
No.
Did it?
No.
It seems inconsistent to us based on the condition of your apartment that you would be all of a sudden in the middle of that experience taking your sheets and taking them off the bed.
It was afterwards, as I told them before. Yeah. It was
Even afterwards.
Yeah,
I mean,
she went up and used the
it
restroom.
seems kind of bizarre that all of a sudden I got to take the sheets off of my bed.
You understand? I mean,
Yeah,
let's face it, your apartment's not exactly the tidiest. Okay.
I'd be the first to admit that.
So, why all of a sudden after you're done having, you've been sleeping on this bed
Yeah.
for hours, would you decide, oh, now is the time that I need to pull these sheets? It just doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
And honestly, when you put it that way, it doesn't really make much sense to me either.
Oh my god.
But it seemed like
Book
the thing
him.
to do at the time.
How is there an hour left, dude?
Did laundry the
This
next
guy needs to
day,
be
so
arrested right now.
I didn't
Come
want to
on.
forget about it.
Note how Chris is rubbing his neck, face, and jaw while answering questions. These self-soothing behaviors are all signs of anxiety. As the detective's questions begin ramping up, so do Chris's signs of anxiety.
The only thing we ask is for them to tell us the truth, no matter what the truth is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The worst thing you could do is lie to us. Absolutely the worst thing you could do is lie to us. Okay?
Mm-hmm. I understand.
So, think about it again. What's the deal with the sheets?
Alright, yeah, I did get rid of them.
Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't think of anything else.
Would you be surprised to know that that her cell phone went out with those sheets?
What? Her cell phone.
What?
Her cell phone ended up at the same place the sheets did at the dump.
I do not know. Honestly, I saw her leave with her cell phone.
How do you know she left with a cell phone?
Yeah,
She
bro.
picked it up. It was sitting by her purse.
How's that something you're aware of?
Was sitting by her purse.
Yes.
That you take a mental note of?
So from the time she gets this notification, as you refer to it, and the time that she walked out the door, how much time?
Well, maybe 1-2 minutes tops.
So quick.
And now's the time, Chris, that you really need to be honest with us, because scientifically and through the pinging of the phone, we can tell where it was taken to.
Okay.
So was there a phone with the sheets? And what else was
This is not the time to try to cover your tracks. This is the time for you to be honest with us.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the words to say, because I'm to try and find the right words, because I know that I have been untruthful, but yes, her phone was with the sheets.
Okay. Was she with the phone in the sheets?
No.
Chris, it's time for you to really be honest with us now, because I know this is really rough.
She was not with the sheets.
Is she lying in the dump somewhere?
No. God, no.
You understand what we're asking this, right?
Yeah, I understand it, but still, that's...
So where is she?
Honestly, I do not know. She left and got into the truck.
Nobody knew where she was at, Chris.
I know that.
We've got her text messages.
Yes.
We've got her phone records.
And
We know everybody that she talked to that day.
We have phone records,
GG.
we have cell
I
tower.
thought that it was prearranged.
G fucking G.
I thought that she had prearranged to have someone pick her up, and then...
Chris, this is a place where you need
Yeah,
to tell us
I
what
know.
happened to Lee. This is your one and probably last opportunity to do this voluntarily.
A few minutes earlier, Chris appeared to almost be in the confession body posture,
Yeah,
where
like
he was bent forward. However, when the detective pushed him for information, he began to adjust his story
oh
again.
my god.
Perhaps if the detectives had used the tactics of asking him open-ended questions and trying to get him to tell his story without interference, he may have been close to a confession.
They fumbled.
It's possible that the detective saw Chris was almost in the confession position and thought if they prodded him, rather than sat back and waited, that they would get the confession.
Yeah, it makes sense, kind of.
Instead, they pushed a bit too hard, and he shut down.
And I'm being accused of something. What do you think?
Yeah, what do you think, dumbass? What the fuck?
It sounds to me like yes.
Oh, you gonna cry?
And I maintain my innocence, but I would like a lawyer. Well, by doing that, what you've now done is that you've caused us to have to stop our interview with you. Yes, I know. And I will give you a business card, and I'm going to tell you not to get out of town. No, I'm going to tell you that if you want to initiate any conversation with us from here on out, yes, you're the one that's going to have to do that. I understand.
With that, Chris is given a business card and is allowed to leave the station. Over the course of the next 6 days, the detectives continue their investigation into Chris, collecting as much evidence as possible in order to secure an arrest warrant. However, before a warrant could be secured, the police received a shocking 911 call.
The hell?
911. Yes, I'd like to confess to him. Okay, what happened? It's the case being handled by detectives. It's the case being handled by detectives Lopez.
What is this quality?
And Lynch. Detective Lopez and Detective Lynch? Yes. Where are you at? I'm at the park here in Westminster. It's on Cherry Street. I don't know the crossroads, but you're near the pond? Yep. What is your name? Christopher Wade.
Detectives were stunned. Less than a week ago, Chris had been adamantly denying that he had anything to do with Lee's disappearance. And now here he was, confessing to her murder. What had changed? As insinuated by detectives during Chris's first interview, Lee's family were desperate to find out what happened to her. Max, Lee's older brother, knew that Chris was somehow involved in his sister's disappearance, and he was tired of waiting for the police to make their arrest.
Oh, damn.
So he took matters into his own hands.
Oh, damn. All
In
right.
an interview conducted on the same day as Chris's 911 call, Max described how he and Jesse, Lee's ex-boyfriend, worked together to discover the truth.
The last couple of days, me and Jesse have been playing buddy-buddy with him over text, trying to make him think that we didn't think he did it. We got him to meet up with us to do a tarot card reading.
Oh, my God.
Despite the emotional stress he was under while being near Chris,
Oh, my
Max
God.
had the smart idea to record every single thing Chris said to him.
That is
The confession
that's
tapes
smart.
begin with
Wow.
Chris doing a tarot reading for Lee, claiming that it will give them an idea of her current situation.
This isn't the best reading, the best omen for a reading I've done, but it is fairly positive. I don't see any indication of anything who would want anything or anyone who would want to harm her or physically impede her in any way. But I do see that when she's coming out of this, she'll be the better for it. I don't know about different, but I think that she will be a changed woman when she comes out of it. It's the only card that has any bad, I guess you could say bad omen would be the Two of Swords. The Five of Wands is a neutral omen, but it indicates paranoia, so she might be feeling really scared right now. But the Three of Pentacles and the Lovers are both very positive, as is the Six of Pentacles. So I would say there's every chance when she's found, it'll be safe and sound.
It's possible that one of the reasons Chris enjoys doing these tarot readings is because he's able to get people to listen to him and pay attention to him, something he never got in high school.
That kind of makes
and
sense.
likely hasn't gotten much of as a young adult.
Damn.
It could also give him a sense of power over others, as some people make decisions about their life utilizing these readings. And it's another way to make them do what he wants.
So, Chris, I have one more favor to ask of you.
Okay.
Not as a suspect and family sitting here, but as friends and acquaintances and a group of people that used to know each other and all are worried about this girl that's missing.
Yeah.
Instead of me and Max, maybe badgering you with questions, would you just tell all of us as friends, like once and for good, like just what happened that day while she was there, when she got to your house, and just what took place?
Okay.
For our peace of mind.
All right.
I'm confused why you told me you can't talk about all this. And you're talking about all this. I mean, it's good that you are. It's good that you are. But they would tell me not to talk to you. They wouldn't tell you not to talk to me.
Yeah.
You know.
It's hard to explain the things that go on in my head sometimes to someone else, but...
Chris, your stories, they didn't add up at all. Not one. You told different things to other people. If you had something not to hide, you would have told the truth the whole time.
Why did you keep things back the first time you told this story?
I will be going forward with the police about this. I haven't yet because I'm trying to find the right way to do it, so...
This is the right way, right?
Yeah.
This is it.
Right.
This is it.
I know. But what I say right now, it's going to be very hard, but until I come forward with them to it, it'll be within the week, I swear to you. But I'm gonna have to ask you to keep it to yourselves until then.
You tell me right now what happened to my sister. You know what happened to my sister.
Yes.
You know if she's alive or if she's dead. You know.
I do. Unlike in my original story, afterwards, she wasn't tired and didn't ask to pass out. She tried to use that to manipulate. She wasn't yelling, but she was very venomous. And she grabbed the knife that I keep by my bed. And when we go back, I can show it to you.
What happened with the knife?
She grabbed it and pulled it out and tried to attack me, saying that she would stop attacking me if I agreed to buy drugs for her. I don't know, but there was desperation in her eyes.
She wouldn't do that, dude. She wouldn't do that, Chris. Stop lying. She wouldn't do that.
I'm not lying.
She wouldn't do that.
Keep going.
Keep going. I'm sorry. I'm just over.
I am not lying.
Okay.
She...
Let him cook, man. Let him cook.
I dodged the first one, then I grabbed her hand on the second. And when she thrust again, I turned, grabbed her, then stepped forward and twisted her around so that her body was in between me and the knife. And then I placed my hand at her throat. I didn't start squeezing until after she kept going. I said, we can end this right now. There will be I won't say anything to anyone. Just please drop the knife, and I'll let you go. You can get dressed. You can leave and go wherever.
Bullshit.
She said that she would stop when either she was dead or if I agreed to buy her drugs. I told her I did not want that. I told her straight up to please stop and get dressed and go. But she used both of her arms to push against me with the knife, trying to cut my arm to get me to let go so she could keep attacking. So I started squeezing on her throat.
There's no way Chris could have positively known Lee's intent in that moment. It's also worth noting that Lee was only 90 pounds, making it hard to believe that Chris was struggling to overpower her and get the knife. This is what makes
He
his
doesn't really
story
like all that
sound
much,
just like that.
all that much more.
A story. He's decided that the only way out of this is to claim that anything that happened to Lee was in self-defense.
Honestly, I thought that her muscles would relax when she went unconscious, and that I could gradually move the knife away and let her go and let her regain consciousness, but that didn't happen. I've been running through my head trying to figure out why. She kept on fighting and fighting. I kept on telling her to drop the knife and I would stop. Drop the knife and I'll stop. You can, and I will leave the room. I'll be waiting out in the patio. You can get dressed. You can go. I'll stop talking to you completely. But she kept shaking her head no. Adrenaline was rushing through. I didn't see her stop shaking her head, but she was still pushing against my hand. So, but then it was like a rubber band snapped and it just went completely lax, and it took me completely by surprise, and I ended up cutting her. It wasn't very deep. It was about an inch and a half cut along her sternum. That took me completely by surprise, and I dropped her. She landed on the floor. I turned her over to check and make sure she was still alive. I didn't check on her throat because I had just been grabbing there, so I didn't think I could get a clear reading off of that. So I checked her wrists, and when I didn't find anything there, I checked under her arms and then the inside of her legs as well. And I keep going back and thinking I could have handled that better, but I just panicked.
Although many had suspected it already, this was the first time Lee's death had been confirmed.
After she went limp, and I checked the pulse and didn't find anything.
So you couldn't call the cops though? You didn't.
Honestly, I was
like bring her back, or did she?
Well, hold on. Yeah, what happened after she went limp?
Yeah, would you go body?
After she
Why
went
don't you just
limp,
call the? Yeah, no,
and I checked the pulse and didn't find anything.
Such bullshit.
I'll admit it. I flat out panicked.
Very strong of the brother to be
After
here
I
doing
was
this.
Coherent enough to
This
start
bullshit.
functioning again. I'll admit it. I wasn't rational, and I did things that I should not have. I should not have done it, but I covered everything up.
Just like we saw with his initial interview, Chris is back to using convincing statements. We can hear him using statements like honestly and God's honest truth in order to try and manipulate everyone into believing him. It's possible that one of the motivations behind this confession is that it's possible he knew the police were on to him, and it was only a matter of time before they arrested him. He may have wanted to test out his self-defense story on Lee's loved ones to see if they believed him.
Absolutely,
If they
yeah.
weren't buying it, he would then have some time to adjust his story to make it more believable for police. Chris likely had no idea that he was already being recorded.
I took her body and I put her clothes back.
Oh, so when he's confessing to okay. To the self-defense murder, I guess.
Gone. Then I laid her on my bed and covered her in a blanket while I was trying to figure out what to do.
Where is she?
I didn't wrap her in them or anything like that. I put a bag over her head just because even though I kept whispering to her, I'm sorry it came to this, Lee. I'm sorry. I was sobbing it to her while I was doing this.
Bullshit.
I felt guilty over what had happened. After I got rid of her, I didn't want the smell to attract anyone, and they were those odor control trash bags, so
The fuck? No way.
Over her
Oh my
I
god.
put a bag over her head, and then I placed 2 on top of her.
Concealing the victim's face is often done for a few different reasons, but in this case, the only likely reason is due to emotional detachment. Some killers cover their victim's face as a means of distancing themselves emotionally from them. By concealing the face, they might create a psychological barrier to dissociate themselves from the person they have harmed, making it easier to commit the act. Due to Chris's pedantic speech, it's hard to tell if he's being honest. He sounds very dramatic at times, such as when he's talking about sobbing to Lee's corpse.
Yeah, what the fuck?
As if he's trying to convince the others that killing Lee and hiding her body pained him. The emotion he's trying to portray doesn't match up with the horrifying story he's telling. It's also worth noting that Chris was incredibly meticulous in terms of the steps he took to hide the body, such as using odor-controlled garbage bags. It's almost as if he had planned this in his mind and in his fantasies for a long time.
Afterwards, my roommate walked in. He was early, and I just told him that I had a guest over.
Jesus.
And that she was sleeping. I took...
Clean your room, my man.
Before he had got home, I had used some rags to clean up the blood, and I put those into a grocery bag, and I put that into the duffel bag with her. I carried it out. And at first I tried the waiting game. When 2 o'clock in the morning rolled around,
Streamer's house,
and he hadn't gone to sleep, I decided to try and sneak it past him. I was taking it out. I don't think he would have noticed if I hadn't said anything, but in case he did notice, I just said I was taking something to my car. But I didn't take her to my car. I knew that if I was gone for any length of time, he'd get suspicious. So I did the only thing I could think of, and God help me, I put her in the dumpster.
It's important to note how Chris repeatedly refers to Lee's body as it. Referring to her as it may allow Chris to forget that this is a human body of a girl he has known since high school, thus letting him distance himself from his own terrifying acts.
I know you won't believe me, but I will be turning myself in to the police. I will tell them...
No, you're going to jail right now. You're going to prison right now. Where do you think you're going, man? You think I'm just going to let you walk away and drive away? You killed my goddamn sister.
Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Come on, let's get my phone, get out of it. All this recorded, call the cops. They're already on their way.
Having finally heard enough, Max did what likely everyone in his shoes would want to do. He punched Chris.
Hey.
Chris was forced to call 911 shortly after that, and the police soon arrived to arrest him. Max was also brought down to the station in order to give a statement to police.
He says that she tried to attack him for drug money when I was going to give her money, and she knew it. So why would she go that far? She would just be like, my brother's going to give me money and leave.
Max certainly brings up a good point. It makes no sense for a 90-pound woman to start a fight with a man who is nearly 6'3" when she knew she would be able to buy substances as soon as she met up with her brother.
The first time I talked to him, he told me the basic things. She came over, they talked, she fell asleep, he looked through her purse, found paraphernalia, not heroin itself. That's a lie. There was no actual heroin in her purse, at least I don't think so, and I really doubt it, because if she had it, she would be trying to kill him for drug money, which that's another inconsistency in his life.
That makes sense.
She had heroin on her.
Again, Max's logic checks out, and it makes sense that he immediately suspected Chris was somehow involved. Aside from pointing out the issues with Chris's story, Max also points out inconsistencies with Chris's character. During his initial interview, Chris made sure to emphasize how much he loved his friends and how he would be willing to sacrifice anything for them. However, Max's interactions with Chris show a different side of him.
The one thing that specifically pissed me off is because he messaged me and he was upset that the media went to his house. He was upset at me and my mom because we told the media the apartment number, which I don't remember us even saying that. So I told him, I was like, I'm really, really sorry. Like, my mom must have said something. She's just worried sick about her daughter. You know, like, come on, man. And he's just like, and he says, well, tell your mom thank you for all the migraines she's given me. And I hope she gets a migraine herself for all the pain she has caused me.
Jesus.
Despite Chris claiming that he would do anything for those he cares about, he reveals his profound selfishness when he wishes a migraine on Lee's mother. People with antisocial personality disorder seem to completely delete from their awareness how they contributed to or caused a problem. They only see how other people's actions affect them. Chris's insistence that he is a gentleman despite clearly not acting like one could also be an indicator that he has significant grandiosity and narcissism, something that is very typical of people with antisocial personality disorder. It's possible that Chris believed himself to be superior to other guys, i.e. the bad ones who mistreated girls like Lee and his own pregnant girlfriend. This is, of course, a paradox because Chris had long developed desires to kidnap, assault,
That's usually kind of how it goes, huh?
I used to go to high school with him. In Cotopaxi. You know where Cotopaxi is?
So how long have you known?
This is in Canyon City in the mountains. We all knew each other.
I've heard of that, yeah.
This is how she knew him. I mean...
How old are you?
I'm 21.
And he was...
I don't know, like 22.
So he was like...
He was one grade up.
This is like a small, where it's like K through 12, basically, though.
Yeah.
So how many years did you know him total?
He was only an acquaintance to me. I never really... hung out with him.
But it was a small enough school, though, where you did...
Yeah, it was just like... Not once did I ever, like, give it or anything like that. I wasn't that kind of kid in high school. It was just like... I talked to him sometimes, but I never, like, was, like, really buddy-buddy with him, you know? Like, just an acquaintance. He's someone I knew at school, you know? I didn't really... He was creepy to me.
In high school?
He just looked like he was creepy. And that was it for me right there. I talked to his mom, like, 2 days ago, and... Because I heard that
punching someone can do that to your, like, his hand is all wrapped in shit, really?
A certain girl while he was in high school. And I wanted to confirm it.
All these plans to assault girls demonstrates that Chris was a ticking time bomb. Sadly, his verbalized desires were not taken seriously. Typically, when a person has such morbid thoughts, it's likely not long until they act on them. Oftentimes, they just need to be presented with an opportunity, a situation where they feel they can get away with it.
You described Chris as being creepy in high school and weird. Can you describe, the creepiness, what, things that he did that would cause people to characterize him as being creepy and weird?
I seen him in high school and, he looked frustrated with himself all the time. And he also... just the way, how you could just see somebody and just know that, they were just weird, and it's not even like with drugs or anything, he's just really weird. I know that he thought he had a mental disability. I don't know what exactly it was, but you can kind of tell when you see him, and his mom even said that he did. He actually would think, and his mom told me this, and it totally brought back my memory of when I did go to high school and what I did hear about him. And then he would get frustrated with girls because in his head they would be flirting with him. And I talked to everybody I went to school with, not once. Nobody flirted with him. Not one person.
Yeah.
And he would think that someone's flirting with him, and he would get really upset and frustrated. Mood would change all the time in high school. Like one day he's talkative a little bit, one day he's just silent.
This could be an indicator that Chris may have struggled with social cues. It's also possible that he was showing signs of grandiosity beginning in high school, and he wanted to believe that girls found him desirable, only to become frustrated and angry when that didn't turn out to be the case. This may have contributed to Chris gradually developing anger towards girls, which ultimately accumulated and led to him wanting to seek revenge against women in general for not acknowledging him.
Yeah.
With the insightful information they'd gathered from Max, and now that Chris had confessed, it was time for detectives to once again question him and get to the bottom of what actually happened to Lee. Only this time, he has his attorney with him. Much like his confession in the park, Chris's story starts out similar to his original story. Lee came over to hang out. The two got food, played some video games, and then Lee kissed him, leading to the two sleeping together.
Then afterwards, she wasn't tired, but she did
that his lawyer?
Try to sweet talk me into buying drugs for her. And when I told her that no, I wouldn't buy her drugs, she escalated from there, trying just regular persuasion, then coercion. She wasn't yelling, but she was very acidic in her words.
Chris's nonverbal communication is locked down tight. His hands are tightly clasped, and while it's hard to be certain based on the angle, it looks like his ankles are tightly locked underneath him. This indicates a high level of defensiveness and anxiety. He's not open to the officers at all, or even his attorney.
And I tried to explain to her that this was an unplanned thing. That was her from the start. I had no other feelings for her beyond that of a friend. Then she grabbed the knife that I keep by my bed.
Grabbed a knife?
Yeah.
From where?
It was between my bed and the wall. She grabbed the knife and pulled it out. And she started threatening me with it.
Immediately, there are some issues with Chris's story. First of all, he claims that he has no feelings for Lee other than friendship. However, according to his Facebook DMs with Lee, that's not quite true. When Lee was briefly considering moving in with Chris in order to stay off the streets, he told her she could sleep in his bed and that he wouldn't mind having a relationship with her.
I don't care if you're not looking for not that I wouldn't mind, LOL.
Lee made it clear that she wasn't interested in Chris.
Okay, I just wanted to make it clear that's not what I'm looking for.
Calling into question whether or not she would have actually slept with him, or if this is just another thing Chris is lying about. Additionally, Chris claims that Lee grabbed the duct tape knife he kept between the wall and his bed. Considering that this was the very first time Lee had ever been in Chris's room, so it's hard to believe that she would know that the duct tape object poking out from between the mattress and the wall was a knife.
That's a good point too. Yeah, what the hell?
Then she started.
Didn't even think about that.
Started thrusting it at me. It was overhand, straightforward, and I kept a firm but not too firm grip on her hand. Lee, please stop, and I'll let you go. You won't hear anything about this from me to the police report or anything like that. You can grab you can get dressed, you can grab your stuff, you can go right now.
He practices.
I won't stop you. And she said no, it was not going to work out like that.
That's exactly what she said?
Well, she said no, if I can't have drugs, then I want to die.
It's interesting to note that Chris telling Lee he would let her go free and never speak with her again sounds more like something you would say to someone you had just attacked, as opposed to something you would say to someone who is attacking you. His hand covering his chest is a protective gesture, which would make sense as he's talking about allegedly being attacked. However, the collarbone is a sensitive area of the body, and covering it could be a subconscious, self-comforting gesture. It may indicate that he's feeling vulnerable or emotionally guarded during this conversation. It could also be an attempt to create a barrier between himself and the detectives, signaling a desire to protect himself because he might not be telling the truth.
I guess I wasn't paying attention after a while because the adrenaline was getting to me or something. I didn't notice her stop shaking her head, but I did notice that she was still struggling against my hand. But then after that, I let go and I brought her to the floor. I laid her back down to the floor and I panicked.
At this point, do you wish to continue to speak?
As Chris continues his story, notice how his feet and body are angled away from everyone else at the table. This posture is commonly known as a closed nonverbal cue and could be an indication of discomfort and disinterest, as facing towards someone else when speaking to them is a sign of being engaged in the conversation. People's feet often point in the direction that they want to go. His feet are aimed away from the room, showing that he wants to leave.
Really?
People can much more easily lie with their hands and mouths than they can with their feet, because we aren't taught to watch our feet when we lie. Now, having heard Chris's story about the fight, the detectives begin to pick away at his questionable story.
Did you have her after she was dead?
No. Ew.
Did you what?
Did you have her
Oh
after she was
God,
dead?
what the
No.
fuck? That's a random ass
Ew.
question.
That's not even in
Ew.
anything of my fantasies even. I mean, my fantasies from high school had gone pretty dark, and that wasn't even in there.
So you say that's how.
Hey, what the fuck's wrong with you, detective? Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna say to again counsel you not to answer the question.
Chris acts very oddly when asked this question. Where most people would vehemently deny such a disgusting accusation, Chris gives an emotionless, no, ew. As he says this, you can actually see him shake his head up and down, almost like he was shaking his head yes, while verbally replying no. Once again indicating that while Chris may be telling the police one answer, he's clearly thinking about another. With Chris bringing up his dark high school fantasies, detectives try to dig a little deeper into his innermost thoughts.
When we talked to you the other night, you told us about a couple of girls in high school that you were still angry at.
I'm not angry at them now, but I was very angry at them in the past, and when I was in high school. And I get it, they were just being kids now, but back then I was very, very angry at them, and I wrote down the things I would like to do to them in the journal.
And where's that journal at? The one that you wrote all that stuff in? Is that something you kept?
No, I didn't keep it.
This might seem a little bit bizarre to you, but are you under any kind of a treatment for mental health issues right now?
No.
Have you ever been?
I have. It was because I was having nightmares in the Army, and the doctors there were more concerned about getting me a full night's sleep and making sure that I was fit for duty than they were about my mental health.
It's important to understand that any medical discharge for psychiatric reasons would have most likely involved a serious mental health diagnosis, which effectively rendered Chris unfit for future military service.
Do you hear voices?
No, but the main factor in me deciding to come forward with the truth is somewhat bizarre.
I'm going to ask you again to not reveal any further details.
It's important to note that an attorney cannot forbid a client from speaking with law enforcement,
they give
even
them,
if they advise against it. The client is in control of the representation,
and
the attorney has to respect those wishes. Though it's not clear if Chris's attorney advised him to talk to police, it's pretty likely that the attorney told him not to, but Chris decided against this.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is just as if you get mental health issues that we need to be aware of.
No.
Have you thought of yourself at all over this thing?
Over this thing, I thought about it briefly, but my point of view is that the easiest course of action is very rarely the right course of action.
Have you ever been diagnosed with any mental condition? Again, I'm going to ask you to not respond.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Are you aware of reality?
Yes.
Do you know where you are right now?
I'm in the Westminster Police Department in an interrogation room.
Chris's lawyer may have advised him not to answer this because it's possible that they are considering a diminished capacity or insanity defense. A key aspect of that type of defense is that the defendant didn't know the crime was wrong or didn't understand. Admitting to a known diagnosis suggests prior knowledge of the mental disease or defect, and therefore also its impact on the defendant prior to the crime. Admitting that he knew he had a diagnosis could eviscerate the chance of them using this defense. Despite his lawyer's warnings, Chris did eventually decide to come forward with this information. If you remember, Chris had told Max that he was already planning on turning himself in the week that Max got him to confess. Chris claimed that his tarot cards told him that if he didn't confess, The guilt would eventually destroy him.
Oh my God.
And he alleged that he was going to take his own life. But Lee's spirit had come to him and told him
Oh
not
my
to.
God, dude.
I'm
Guy's
not gonna
tripping
judge
off
it
that
right or
Zaza.
wrong, but I do regret what I did, and I keep wishing that I could go back and do it over again to try and keep that from happening.
Do you think you should be punished? I'm going to ask you not to answer the question.
Don't do it.
Yes and no.
Oh my God.
Yes, because
Why is the lawyer there? Why is the lawyer there? Why'd you ask for a lawyer? Who's gonna
destroyed evidence, but no, not for her murder. And I'll accept punishment for her death, but not for her murder.
This is a very classic response by individuals with antisocial personality disorder. They often manage to twist stories around to place the victim at fault. As detectives prepare to wrap up Chris's confession, he tells them there's something important he needs to share with them.
When I came in here just a second ago, you said that there were some things you wanted to add to this. Before I forget that, and before we not give you that opportunity, I just want to give you the opportunity to add whatever you want to.
It's just that overall, I lived my life as not really emotionless as possible, but not very touchy-feely either. It's not that I don't feel emotion, but I keep a very tight rein on it. And at my grandmother's funeral, I probably cried maybe 4 or 5 tears total. And even with all the touchy-feely speeches and stuff at my brother's wedding, I didn't even shed a tear. So just to notify you of that I have emotion, but
That's like that's kind of like autism, right?
Yes. But the only emotion
A symptom
that I
of
find any sort of
autism.
value in is loyalty to friends,
Correct me
to
if I'm wrong.
family, stuff like that.
Even after confessing to murdering someone and covering it up, Chris is still doing his nice guy routine, claiming that above all, he values loyalty. With this final statement from Chris, his interrogation was concluded, and he was arrested and charged with Lee's murder. One of his criminology professors would soon come forward and state that he believed the criminal justice classes he took helped Chris learn how to manipulate a crime scene. In fact, as police continued to gather evidence, they spotted Chris on security footage at a 7-Eleven near his apartment, where he bought bleach and rubber gloves on June 4th, the day after Lee was killed, which he then used to clean up after her death. Though Chris later denied that he went into criminology to learn how to commit murder, he admitted that his classes helped him to predict the line of questioning in the interrogation room. And yet,
Such a bad
it
photo.
didn't help him. After his arrest, Chris made a few video calls to his friends and family, and they were interesting, to say the least. While talking to his mother, he alluded to the fact that he never expected to be in jail, perhaps because he didn't think he would be caught.
And they're getting ready to discharge me from medical into general population. They're sitting there they're just sitting there saying, okay, we're going to send you to medium. You should be safe there. All you have to do is just tell them, if they ask you what you're in for, just tell them, domestic violence or something like that. And I just sat there and you do know my case is all over the news right now, right? Then he's like, okay, hold on a minute. Let's see what we can do about that. Then next thing you know, they came in and chucked me some fatigues for the minimum security.
Oh. Did they think there would be some violence in the other one?
They didn't say, but I would assume yes.
Like violence between him and other prisoners?
How do you feel about that?
It would be nice if people didn't jump to conclusions, but it's understandable. It's hard to follow what the lawyers were saying and not talk about everything, because everybody in here is talking about what they've done, and it just feels impolite not to talk about it, but I just tell them it's still a kind of a sore subject.
You said that Would be sometime in September when the DA prison.
Okay. Well, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
So I've been
This is awkward.
keep myself busy playing chess and checkers and relearning the game of Uno and Skip-Bo.
On a few occasions,
Relearn
some of
Uno, dude. How do you forget the rules to Uno? What the fuck?
Chris's classmates video called him to offer their support.
But all of our friends are behind you, and we believe that we love you, and we wanted you to know that no matter what, you're still going to be here. We're still here for you, and I don't want you to feel alone, bro. Not gonna lie, dude. Like, we seriously been really, like, pissed off because a lot of people had to stay on your Facebook, so we definitely got on there and ground having your back about that.
Oh my god.
I certainly could use a hug right now. Yeah. How does one help out in situations like this?
I can just imagine how you feel, dude. Like,
These
I don't
classmates?
know. What's going through your head? Are you scared?
I'm not scared, but not bored.
Good. I'm glad that you're not, like, completely by yourself in there, and that people aren't trying to just his. Then I would have to, like, break in there, so, and defend you.
In another call, his classmate again emphasizes her support of him.
I think about you
What the hell?
a lot.
This is
like,
crazy.
More than you know, probably more than I should. Like, and I realized how much you meant to me until you weren't there. You weren't.
BBC porn is a sign of autism? What?
A lot of people, but I don't want you to think that you are forgotten about or that you're not loved.
Are you commenting?
I was
Wait.
already insane to begin with, so that didn't really help or hurt for me.
His classmates ended one of their calls by offering Chris some advice, but only time would tell if he would actually take it.
You don't know what the Fifth Amendment is? Yeah, we need to have a lesson here. Do I need to walk you through this? You have the right. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So
That's so weird that they're on his side. I thought he was supposed to be like a creep, but he has all these classmates like defending him and shit. Huh, interesting.
Even if it's you and I know you, I know how smart you are and I know how sarcastic you are. And I know when somebody pisses you off, you get smart and sarcastic without even thinking twice about it. And shit like that can get you in trouble. So watch your. Really?
The question was, would those who knew Chris still support him after police uncovered his truly deplorable secrets? While it seemed to many that this disturbing case was finally at an end, Chris still had several more disturbing secrets for the police to uncover. Ones that were so twisted, no one had yet suspected the true depths of his depravity.
Uh-oh.
During their thorough search of Chris's apartment, they discovered a
They discovered an Oblivion game. Oh my god.
notebook where Chris had written down his confession.
Oh.
The notebook told the same story that had already been told to police. However, some of Chris's deeper thoughts about the event were revealed. Maybe the inspiration behind his decision to document his demented version of Lee's death in writing was derived from one of his many past tarot readings. One particular card, Judgment Reversed, may have struck a powerful chord within him. A note written by Chris read as follows: "This card represents me. I believe that the deck is warning me of a character flaw within myself, that I am gathering bad karma. Or it could mean I'm avoiding a decision for fear of the what-ifs." Apparently, he faced his fear and composed the letter. An excerpt from his chilling confession read as follows: "Before I begin, let me again offer my most sincere apologies, both for the pain I've caused because of my fear, as well as the pain I am about to bring by stepping forward with the truth. Lee is dead." Later in the letter, he wrote, "I lied to try to protect myself out of fear that no one would believe the truth. Chris was right to feel fearful. However, nothing about his far-fetched story so much as resembled truth." Chris makes himself out to be the victim in these pages, pondering about what Lee would say to him if he confronted her for manipulating him. He also claims that Lee used him as the weapon of choice to take her own life. showing just how unwilling Chris is to take
The hell?
responsibility for his horrid actions against her. Alongside the notebook, police discovered something they never would have expected. Chris appeared to have several pairs of underwear which looked like they belonged to a girl much younger than him.
Oh,
Over the course of the
gross.
search, the police
Ew.
learned that Chris was an avid writer. Whether he was writing down the results of his tarot readings...
I bet those classmates, as soon as they found out about all this shit, they were just like, oh my god.
Working on the manuscript for
That's
a novel,
who we were supporting.
or just
We were
jotting down
defending.
random thoughts. It seemed
What
like
the
they were
fuck?
always finding a notebook or piece of paper with some writing on it. These writings all appeared to be harmless at first. However, closer inspection of one of the stories they had found proved to be more than concerning. Titled Uncle Dave, the story was written by Chris and appeared to be about a 32-year-old uncle abusing his prepubescent niece.
Ugh.
To say the officers who discovered this were disturbed would be an understatement. Between this perverse story and the underwear that had been previously found, officers were becoming increasingly worried about how far Chris's depravity might go. As with Lee and many others his age, Chris would spend much of his time talking to friends on sites like Facebook, wondering if there could be evidence hidden away in Chris and Lee's Facebook DMs. Officers took Chris's computer and did a deep dive into his account. While the conversation between him and Lee would prove useful to the case, it was the other conversations on the account that really put detectives on edge. Based on the messages they were able to find, Chris seemed to have several women in online contractual slave relationships.
The fuck?
He would find women, often from foreign countries, who were in desperate need of money. He would promise them money in exchange for explicit photos, conversations, and complete control over their lives. For one particular woman, Chris even made her agree to let him kill her whenever he wanted.
Oh, what the fuck?
Claiming that it would be legal as long as she signed a contract, stating that she was giving him permission to murder her. A message from Chris to the woman read as follows: "If I have a legal document drawn up stating that she became my slave of her own free will, I believe that would mitigate things severely." For this particular woman, Chris's message served as a reminder to refer to him as Sir at all times. Oftentimes in the messages, the women would show reluctance
weirdo.
towards some of the things Chris would ask of them, and he would manipulate them into eventually giving him what he wanted. Having promised money to several different women in exchange for these relationships, Chris often found himself short on funds for the month and would not give the women their money, even when they did follow his orders. This entire situation is indicative of Chris's sadism, as he seems to enjoy the power and control aspect of committing violence against vulnerable women.
Definitely.
The police were horrified to discover the relationships Chris had with these women, and it was clear he was just taking advantage of vulnerable women who were willing to do anything to get money for their families. The more they uncovered about Chris's personal life, the more and more his claim that he killed Lee in self-defense began to fall apart. Unfortunately, things were only going to get worse from here. Continuing their search of his computer, the detectives' worst fear was discovered. Chris had been looking at explicit photos of children. Through his browser history, they'd been able to prove that he had been on several sites that hosted these disgusting photos. When paired with everything else they had discovered about Chris, detectives were able to put together a complete picture of this depraved individual.
Holy fuck.
Chris preyed on vulnerability,
Lock
which
him
is
up.
why he sought out Lee with her addiction problems, women online with financial issues, a girlfriend who had become pregnant and was abandoned, and, most disturbingly of all, defenseless, powerless children. Unfortunately, despite the information given by Chris, Lee's body has never been found.
Oh, really? Wow.
Though some of her clothing and her bag were eventually found in the local dump. Chris was eventually charged with first-degree murder, assault, evidence tampering,
Yes, there you go.
and the
Yep.
possession of inappropriate photos of minors. Realizing that he was looking at spending the rest of his life in prison, Chris supposedly cut a deal with prosecutors to plead guilty to second-degree murder and exploitation of a child in exchange for having the rest of his charges dropped.
How does that
With
shit
this
work?
deal in place, Chris was sentenced to 48 years in prison.
Come on, man. Come on, dude. 48 years? Oh. I was one of Lee's friends. Thank you for covering this case. Hope she's at peace wherever she is. Yeah, that's so sad. Holy fuck, what a weirdo. 48 years. Alright, next video.
On episode 3.
This will be our last video we're watching. I'm gonna play some only up. How one joke collapsed a popular YouTube podcast. Check it out.
On episode 351 of the Impulsive podcast, Bobby Lee made one single joke which completely wrecked the relationship between the three hosts Logan, Mike, and most notably George.
Really?
He's not coming back? Is he really mad? Is he really mad? Oh, we have beef with a guy? I don't know. Yeah, no. I didn't do anything wrong.
For context, Logan and Mike created the podcast back in late 2018, and it's safe to say that these two have always had excellent chemistry. Their personalities work well together, they seem to be pretty good friends, and generally speaking, they exhibit a similar level of status. Keeping a permanent third host, on the other hand, has proven much more difficult. The first 150 episodes featured a third host named Spencer, who eventually left the podcast to move to Hawaii, after which the role went to Logan's childhood friend Mac, who'd then also leave after getting into a fight with Mike over their difference in interests. On episode 219 in September 2020, the next and most recent third host was announced as George Janko,
Introducing the third co-host of Impulsive, my best friend, George Janko,
who was certainly different to the previous two. George was introduced as a more emotional counterpart to Logan and Mike, as he had a reputation for wearing his heart on his sleeve, while Logan and Mike were almost the exact opposite. In addition to this, George was a devout Christian, with discussion about his own spirituality, adding another layer of contrast to what had previously been a non-religious show. Outside of Impulsive, George practiced the art of stand-up comedy, although it'd be through comedy that he'd eventually meet his ruin. One thing was glaringly obvious from George's very first appearance. He simply wasn't on the same level as Logan and Mike. Logan has succeeded with everything from vlogs to Prime, while Mike has overcome his own set of challenges and has proven himself as a fantastic interviewer who meshes well with almost every guest on the show. George, on the other hand, has always felt a little too much like, well, just another guy who Logan met at the gym.
Logan, I met him at a gym.
George never had the chance to refine his interviewing skills to the same degree as Logan and Mike, which is only accentuated by his seating position to the right of the guest, making it much harder for George to engage in the conversation. The obvious imbalance between George,
I don't get why do they need
the
a third host? I think these two are fine as a host.
Well, leaves George with a needy personality and an overpowering desire for approval, leading to over-the-top questions and comments, often producing a clunky viewing experience.
I need to know more about you. Like, how did you figure out that this entertainment world was your calling?
That's what I was gonna say.
I said it, so.
But I was gonna say.
No, but I said it.
No, it's good. It's good.
I was already funnier than the kids around me, so I was like, I could tell the joke that they're gonna make fun of me, but even better. And I made it about myself. So I was like making fun of myself, like really self-deprecated myself.
Generally speaking, George's attitude wasn't severe enough to upset any of the guests. However, on episode 346 with Shaquille O'Neal, George was slapped in the face with a bit of a reality check. For the first 11 minutes of the podcast,
wait, what?
George
Who?
slapped George? However, on episode 346 with Shaquille O'Neal, George was slapped in the face with a bit of a reality check. For the first 11 minutes of the podcast, George didn't say a single word, leading Shaq to confront him about his lack of input.
Hold on, you ain't gonna ask me a question? Oh, damn.
He waits. He likes to wait until he's got the... Bro, listen, man, I read the Bible a lot when they talk about David and Goliath. I've never seen a giant, and so like I'm literally just... I'm a little taken.
You've been sitting over here for 30 minutes and that's all you can freaking say.
Oh my God.
That's the question. Jeez.
I'm just sitting.
Oh no. That is terrible, dude. That is cringe. Oof. Yeah, it's kind of like a heckler. Like he's kind of heckling them a little bit. You know, he kind of told a joke and he was like, "Yeah, that joke sucks."
I have one question. Is there any chance I could, for 2 seconds, put these up so I can hear what's going on?
Take them all. You don't have to ask the producer. Just take things off.
Okay.
After making the excuse that he couldn't hear due to his headphones, George sat quietly for another 11 minutes, after which he was scolded again.
What the fuck are you doing here? Ask a question. Jeez. He's your partner?
He's the newest.
You might want to give him his 2-week notice. Ask the question, dude.
Honestly.
Jeez. You're just sitting here like a bobblehead going...
Yeah. No, I'm
Ask
so
a question.
sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you because I couldn't hear, but.
And it's safe to say that this put a permanent dent in George's confidence.
No,
He'd already
dude.
joked about how difficult it was to be the third host in the past.
It's hard to be the third person on a podcast with two very vocal main hosts.
And
Yeah,
after
I
the
don't know why
Shaquille
they need a
O'Neal
third. I
episode,
don't know why they need a third.
It was obvious that George's confidence had fallen off a cliff.
And then recently, I've been just getting really nervous that I'm not doing well enough for the podcast anymore.
Only 5 episodes after Shaq roasted George, Bobby Lee would join the show for Impulsive 351, during which one single joke would send the show into turmoil. The episode began with Bobby taking a little jab at George by suggesting that Mike was cooler.
You have everything.
Cool friends.
So you have cool friends like this guy? What about him? No.
Yet things became a little more contentious when George took it from fun to borderline aggressive.
Some people just don't like sucking dick. Now turn around and know the wisdom I give you.
Whoa!
Before displaying more arrogance just a few minutes later.
How about you?
First of all, what's my name?
Sensing George's clear insecurity, Bobby began to roast George whenever he got the opportunity.
You have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Is that your girlfriend? Without fame, you wouldn't get that.
Although the ultimate roast would come after George went on a 2.5-minute monologue about the struggles he faced in his life.
And I don't mean this in a cocky way, but like, dude, this put me on a very strong map. And it made a lot of my avenues blow up. So I'm
It's
very
like
blessed, but I didn't know I was going to be here. So
it's like that's. You done? It was just a long monologue.
He was just waiting.
And let me just say something. I loved what you were saying. It was just very long. Yeah,
That's usually eight.
Yeah.
That's usually.
But you know, I got what you're saying, and you really inspired me, George. Can I say something?
First of all, don't touch me.
Yeah.
Do not
Okay,
touch
my
me.
bad, my bad. Yeah, we just need writers to edit that down. Like if we had a staff of writers, they'd be like, "Yeah, we'll cut that." But
I'm sorry.
essentially, it was a really good monologue.
Usually when I do my comedy, I don't have writers in the room. I actually write my own stuff.
Okay, I can tell.
Oh.
Maybe you should get a writer. But my point.
Damn.
For the rest of the podcast, George went into his own little world, except for when Bobby got his attention just so he could roast him again.
All right, George.
It's so sad.
What I'm saying is that when you were talking, we were here for that 30 minutes.
Eventually leading George to walk off the podcast, get in an Uber, and leave without saying goodbye. The episode received comments such as, "It's impossible to call yourself a comedian if you can't handle being slaughtered by other
Yeah, that's not a good look. That's not a good look.
Especially the Captain Bob himself. George tells everyone he's going to be the best comedian alive, but he can't take a joke from the legendary Bobby Lee. It's like a badge of honor. How does he think most comedians communicate with each other? I've always thought George thinks he's funnier than he really is. And when people roast him, he gets super butthurt like this generation. Things became worse for George after this video by Jamari gained well over 1 million views, leading George to address the criticism in the following episode of Impulsive by arrogantly stating that he enjoyed all the hatred.
I love that people were just commenting and getting so steamed. It made me realize like, oh, I really don't care. I want it. I want to be in their heads more. Like, I like it.
Love how George is trying to act like he's not heard about this when he had to leave the pod because Bobby Lee, out of all people, almost made him cry. Dude is a clown. A week after George responded, Logan appeared on Bobby Lee's podcast, Tiger Belly, where Bobby took a moment to talk about George's behavior.
What he did was unprofessional. I was a guest. He walked out on a guest. If this guy right here walked out on a guest, he would be reprimanded.
Before roasting him yet again.
If you had walked out, right, it would have been like, oh, it's over. But him walking out was just kind of like, let's keep going.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked.
Bobby and Logan then decided that they should get George
That's
on
funny.
a call.
Can you give me his number?
You want to settle this right now?
Yeah, I'm going to call him right now.
Leading Bobby and George to fix their relationship.
I want to apologize for my behavior on your podcast.
Bobby Lee, you shut your mouth. I'm apologizing to you. I left you. You were our guest.
I want to pull back my apology then. Because I too. Because I literally did not feel sorry. I pulled out of the apology. I don't feel sorry, but I will accept yours, right? And hopefully, you know, when I come back to your podcast, we can make it right.
However, it was obvious that the whole thing had caused a serious fracture between George and Logan, becoming most obvious when they get into an almost hour-long argument, only 5 episodes after the Bobby Lee podcast.
I know people that hate me, that treat me better about my faith than you, and you're my best friend. One that really hurt me is you told me I need a therapist because I believe in Jesus. That one hurt me.
No, I didn't. I said you need a therapist because Jesus isn't quite doing it for you,
No, you
which
didn't.
is
No, you
which
didn't.
is true.
No, you didn't. And I won't stand down. No, you didn't. What do I need a therapist for then?
Jesus isn't doing it for you, and I
what
believe
do I need
you're
a therapist for?
I don't believe you're as emotionally mature as you could be.
I'm not emotionally intelligent. Could you pick a time and frame any day of our life?
Here's one. 3 weeks ago, when you were sitting in that chair, you stormed off this exact podcast because you were upset about something a comedian said.
Logan did apologize in their very next episode together.
My attitude towards you on that episode.
Are they just like constantly changing? How many sets do they have?
Not appropriate at all.
However, George seemed to realize that his days on Impulsive were numbered, as he'd create his own podcast before clickbaiting the first episode with the title, Why George Janko is Not on Impulsive, implying that he'd left the group. George used the video to explain that this hadn't really happened.
Obviously, I'm still on Impulsive, guys. For any of you guys that are like, oh, their beef situation, and now he's starting his own like lane.
Even going so far as to say their relationship was as good as ever.
Me, Logan, and Mike are in a perfect place.
Yet it was obvious that this clickbait video had annoyed Logan.
I'm just doing this for a couple weeks so then I could leave and clickbait that why I left Impulsive.
That's good. It's a good strategy. It's been done. It's been done many times, and it works.
By who? Oh.
Well, you can make a real living for yourself, you know? We've seen the model.
Resulting in more and more uncomfortable moments on the podcast.
You don't give a shit about this show anymore, let's be honest. It's like bands that hate each other that have to get on stage every night and play for the audience. Like, yo, let's do our hit song. We don't like it. We have to sit
That's
here
not
and
true.
pretend
That's
to
not
be
true. I
friends.
like Mike. George,
Well, he's about to
You
redeem.
don't say.
He's about to.
Only 3 episodes after comparing themselves to a band forced to play together, George disappeared from the show without warning, leading fans to speculate on whether or not he'd been booted. Mike refused to elaborate on the situation when asked by Aiden Ross.
Why is Georgie not on Impulsive anymore? Is that like you don't want to answer that?
No, I don't want to talk about that.
Although only 1 month later on an episode of Jeff FM with Mike and Tanner Mojo, Tanner accidentally said this.
We are the new Impulsive. I'm sorry.
We are. It's fun.
Y'all having like a rebrand, like George is leaving. Like, this is it.
At around the same point in time, George unfollowed both Logan and Mike on Instagram, which is followed by Impulsive changing their profile picture from this to this, as well as their banner from this to this. All of this had happened silently with no input from the hosts. However, on the 26th of April 2023, George would post to Twitter, "I wasn't going to talk, but now I am," implying that some pretty heavy stuff had gone down behind the scenes. Replies on the post encouraged George to keep the drama private, yet on the 31st of May, approximately 1 month later, another tweet was made stating, "To the Impulsive fans, I'm so sorry I can't speak about things, not my choice. I do love you guys, and for those of you sending me the clip of them talking shit, it's all love. I've already moved on from that toxic environment," confirming that he was no longer on the podcast. The post received replies slamming George such as, "Mate, you sat there not speaking for 90% of the time. What are we missing? Your silence?" To which he'd respond by stating, "You think I wanted to be quiet, ha ha ha." Yet this kind of statement is representative of why he's unsuitable for the podcast. He cares way too much about how other people view him.
Definitely,
If you're the type of person who gets defensive and feels like you always have to be in the right, you're probably better suited to a Facebook comment section and not a career on YouTube. Despite this, George has seen some success with the George Janko show, yet Logan hasn't been able to resist roasting George's low view count.
I love this outlet, and it exists because people watch.
I think he gets
And
pretty
without
good
people
views.
watching. I just have a show like.
Since then, George has stated that he simply wants to distance himself from Mike and Logan.
I'm at a point right now where I want distance from both of them. I don't want anything to do with it, and I just move on.
Which seems to be the best possible outcome for everybody involved.
Logan is the last person to criticize anyone's intelligence level when he's lacking in both areas. Logan is the last person who could generally criticize someone with their emotional intelligence or 100 times better a man than Logan will ever be. Wow, okay. I mean, they're both kind of weird. Logan is, he's a well-known kind of a piece of shit, but George is just very sensitive, I guess. All right, that's gonna be it for reactions. I'm gonna play some Only Up. I'll be right back. Water and use the restroom. All right, we're back. We're doing it. I don't think I'll be able to do too much, but get some good practice in, I guess.
Oh, don't look up. We need to get to the top. I'm
sure.
sure.
That's a counter. That's a counter now. Shit, dude. Turning down the volume just a tad.
We'll make it. I wonder what awaits us there? The unknown is frightening.
Solid start.
It's very hard to make a choice when you don't know where it will lead.
I actually don't know which one is like supposed to be the faster route out of these. Oh, that wasn't a jump. Oh, come on, man. Really? Not a good start. For some reason, I'm just not jumping. I need to be. There's a bed right here. Oh. All right. Okay. Am I going the right way? This is kind of risky. I jump on top of it. There you go. We use the walking strat for this part. Ugh.
There is something strange going on with this world, though there has always been something wrong with it. What everyone clung to, the stability, has been shaken. Maybe this is a chance for me.
Maybe. Diggity dog. Oh, come on.
If you want to go quickly, go with friends. If you want to go far, go alone.
Now for the trolley ride. Whoa!
From
What the
here,
fuck?
you have a great view of the favelas. This is where everyone lives in poverty, which is hard to get out of. This is where my whole life and the lives of my goddamn parents have been.
Jesus. Yikes. And we're here.
You have to seek happiness there. Get a job in the favelas and live there.
Go this way? Whoa!
To get to the new one, you first have to make a jump and get off the ground, not knowing what the future holds.
Well, I've been here a lot.
My father worked here as a driller, and he always smelled of fuel oil. I was afraid of him and hoped that one day he wouldn't come back from work. He drank a lot and often beat my mother and me, but that's in the past.
Jesus Christ.
You'll never make it to the top. You'll never make it, you bastard.
Oh, I'm still scared of him.
Boom. Look at that.
Some say that soon no one will need oil.
Oh,
but
the
it
bed
is
shortcut was
unlikely to
back
happen
there.
Sooner than in 20 to 30 years.
Seen that
and
bed
meanwhile,
shortcut.
oil is still a resource that people kill for.
Fuck. I don't like doing this part. Bed's a good way to skip this part. It's pretty quick. Oof. All right, we're doing all right so far. Boom. About where the bed would take us. Going for the bed. Boom, look at that. Nice. I know there's a bed down here. Oh, look at that perfect landing. Oh no! Okay, okay. Oh, come on, man. Really? That's not that bad, I guess. Ugh. Whoa. All right. Boom. Do I go for this one again? Fuck, man. Maybe I need to hit it from a different angle. I'll go from this angle. There we go. That's better. That's better. I feel like that bed doesn't really save that much time, to be honest. Both those beds don't really save that much time. This shit right here, that saves a lot of time, but it's so risky, man. I'm just gonna go the safe route, which is this way, I think. Right here.
It's a strange feeling. I've never been this far away from home.
All right, we're doing well so far. Only one kind of fall set me back. Wasn't even that bad of a fall. Still pretty early though. Like maybe 15% of the way, if I had to guess. I haven't seen much of what we got to do up top. I've seen a few parts here and there.
What a person really needs is not a state of peace, but the striving and fighting for some worthy goal.
Okay, all right. No, are you kidding me, dude? No, what the fuck? Oh, no, the double jump, man. That shit's risky. Oh. The fucking double jump. No. Oh, I'm so far down, really? God fucking damn it, man. That double jump sends your ass flying. I think because of the momentum of the lift that I was on too. Oh, I want to try taking the beds. Fuck. Oh, I keep forgetting about those beds there. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and try them. Can you stop? Oh, can I even get back up? Shit. This is not worth it. God damn it. All right, fine. I did see your question. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't think so. Why? Oh, the fucking double jump, man. Screwed me. I'm sad. the BBC porn. Is that the question you're asking about? Because I saw that one. God damn it, man. This car ride is so long. Kind of unnecessarily long.
You're a weak kid. Go back to the favela.
Alright, here we go. No more falls. You're just gonna speed run our way to the top. Well, maybe not speed run, but no more falls. I'm gonna try the bed. Bed jumps. Oh yeah, you Adam 22. Yeah, what about her? You've been keeping up with all that drama? It's pretty funny. Oh, I didn't see that one. What the fuck? I didn't see that question. No, I'm not gonna react to it. Have you seen it? On what I would do? What the fuck? Oh, god damn it. Okay, this is risky. This is kind of scary. I would not let, well, yeah, I don't know if I don't think I'd be into it either. Apparently Adam 22 is though. Oh, fuck me. Okay, so this one goes straight up, I think. Right here. Nice, perfect. You see the video that the BBC guy made about like how Adam was filming it or something, and she was like kind of dirty talk cucking him, you know? I don't know if that was like a joke or something, but that was pretty funny. And he was just like, this is weird, but you know, I'm getting paid. Oh, you didn't see that? That was pretty funny. Yeah, he made a Twitter video, I think, talking about it. Like, he was there, just kind of like, I think he was filming or watching or something, and she was like, yeah, you like this? You like this? And he was like, yeah, I like it. It's pretty. I don't know if he was like, if it's supposed to be like in on the joke or something, or if that actually happened. Either way, though, it's pretty funny. Yeah, but no, him and Sneeko are the two famous cucks on the internet now. No one would have cared if he was 8. True. That is true. What the fuck? Oh, this game's a piece of shit, dude. That could have been much worse. What the hell was that? I just phased through that? Oh no, dude. Am I stuck? I can't crouch. I don't think I'm supposed to be in this area. Oh, here we go. Okay. That was weird. Just phase through that platform. God damn it. Alright, let's hope that doesn't happen again. Boom. There we go. Yeah, I gotta be careful about those jumps off of the moving platforms. Send you flying. This part's always a little scary. Boom. Easy. Alright. I need to not... I think I'm just gonna wait for the platform to stop moving before I jump off this time. I don't want to send my ass flying like I did last. Okay. Huh? Oh. Whoa. How's the townhome, Comrade? You done settling in? There's just still work to be done. Whoa, that was a little spooky. Yeah, that drone jump, that drone skip really saves you a lot of time. But it's really hard to do. High risk, high reward.
a man does not know which port he is sailing to, no wind will be a tailwind.
Whoa, 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 slow down there, little girl. How much time does that bed save you? I wonder. Okay. All right. All right. I haven't really been up here too much. I think I go this way. I've only been up here once before. Boom, 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 like that. This might have been where I fell last time. Boom, easy. Alright, so since this is uncharted territory, I'm gonna be going a little slow here. What? Come on, man. Really? Dude. Why didn't she grab? Oh, that's some fucking bullshit, man. God fucking damn it, man. Oh, this game sucks sometimes. Like, she 100% should have grabbed that. That doesn't make any fucking sense. God. Doing the bed skip again. Boom. Easy. Like butter. Ah. Ooh, ew. Oh, this part takes so long to go all the way around as opposed to the drone. Fuck it, I'm gonna try it. Oh. Oh, grab it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What? You have to press a certain button to grab. I'm sure crowd grab it. No, it should just auto grab, right? That was bad. I'm just gonna go this way. I think that's still a pretty good skip. Hopping onto the bed, and obviously it is faster to grab the blade, but that's not happening apparently. Don't really know how I'm supposed to do that. Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. Oh, god damn it, man. God damn it. Oh, fucking hell. Don't you dare. Don't you fucking dare. What the fuck, man? Oh. Just not grabbing at some points for some weird reason. God, it's like the third time this happened to me. Been fucked by just her not grabbing something that she should grab, right? She should have grabbed that. I could make that bed. Eh. Oh, mama. Oh, mama, mama, mama mia. Okay, you better grab it this time. There you go. Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking hell. Whoa, 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 whoa. Blow your roll. Come on. right, we're chilling. We're chilling. I didn't have any trouble here. I just, oh god, man, her not grabbing shit sometimes can just really fuck up a run. Do I need to be holding down the space bar for her to grab something? No, I don't. Okay. Ooh, slow down. There we go. Okay, boom. Oh, whoa. Alright. Fuck.
In pursuit of their dreams, but only a few have been lucky. Your childish stubbornness, if you continue on this path, will only bring you regret and misery. Many have broken lives here in pursuit of their dreams, but only a few have been lucky. Your childish stubbornness, if you continue on this path.
Alright, thanks, dog. Alright, this is completely new to me. Look, there's a path kind of branching out over there. Okay. Ooh. Does that go somewhere? Jesus Christ, the sun. What the fuck? Ah! Does that go somewhere?
That's how the visually impaired feel.
Oh, come on,
I don't envy
man.
them, and I don't envy myself either.
Oh, my lord. Some of these dead ends or something? Jesus. That goes up there. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, I'm gonna do the walk-in strat. Ah! And then from here, I think either way works, right? That looks like a kind of a shortcut. I'll go that way. It's a little shorter. Okay. Thank you. The sun's gone. How high does this bed take me? Okay. Hold on. I want to hit it at an angle. Oh, let's go. Okay. This one, like, I'm guessing it'll take me right to that yellow platform. Nice. Let's go. Easy. Huh? Where am I supposed to go? Am I in the right area? Yeah, looks like there's a little path over there. Okay. Go around this way. Whoa, what are you doing? This is kind of scary. I'm guessing I go around like that. Or do I go? No, that's not the right way. I think I have to go down. Fuck, this is. Oh, I gotta be careful here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Making our way downtown. Can't tell if I'm walking or I'm running. I think I'm running. Okay. What the fuck? Black Friday. Oh, I'm just scared that she's not going to grab onto something. Oh, fuck. All right, let's go.
Believing in success is half the battle. Elevator. No! What the fuck? Why would you do that, game?
What the fuck? Oh, that's so fucked up. Come on, man. Really? Motherfucker, dude. That is fucking troll as hell, dude. Oh, I'm back in this godforsaken area. Did I change my... Okay. There's a way to use slow-mo? Oh, slow motion. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. I don't need that shit. Do need the walking though. That does help. God damn it, man. Why would they do that? Oh, that's so annoying. There's a bed right there. I wonder where that goes. Okay. That was close. Oh, no. Okay. I knew I wasn't going to make it to the platform, so I wanted to try and make it to at least that. I'm like not even that high up yet. Like maybe if I had to guess, quarter of the way about. Maybe a third, I don't know. Fucking elevator, piece of shit, troll, dev, piece of motherfucking goddamn it. I feel like I could make that jump over there, but that's a little scary. Alright, don't take the elevator. I go this way. Whoa, why are you double jumping? I'm up here. I can make that. Yes. Ooh, popcorn. Macarons. Green Park Snack Shop. Where do I go from here? Up here? Music. I guess I can go this way. That ball's gonna come down, isn't it? No. I think I can make that jump over to that platform over there. Fuck, dude. Okay, maybe not. Boom. Use me pins. Hope this is the right way up. I think I saw there was another path over on the other side. I guess this worked. How high does this go? I'm just gonna climb the cars. Oh. God damn it, man. Fuck me. Whoa, what the fuck? Okay, of course. Hopping on the cars, though, isn't too bad. Fuck. I can make the jump to the yellow. I just scared I'm gonna slide off. Oh, okay. I don't really want to climb onto that bike. That seems even scarier, to be honest. Hello. Guess we gotta go down to get up. Alright. Where does that take me? Oh. Doesn't do that much. This is nice. Look at this little area. Huh. Gotta take in the scenery, right? What's up, big boy? God damn, you're a big boy. Put on a shirt. Holy fuck, man. Ain't nobody trying to see those little piggy nipples. Oh, I didn't jump. Holy fuck, thank God. Okay, this part's a little weird. I don't remember how this... I think I saw something about this. Maybe I just get off. I think that's how... yeah, okay, never mind. I think that's just how it works.
I feel more and more like in the story, Jack and the Beanstalk. What will it be at the end? Really a giant?
Let me gauge the height on this. Okay. It's pretty much just enough to get over there, it looks like. Where do I go for? Oh, there's an elevator. Okay, got it. Yeah, I'll take this. This one, I'm pretty sure it actually takes me up. Yeah, there you go. I've seen this. Credit cards. Oh. The fuck? Oh. Okay. Where do I go from here, though? It opened up, but... Confused. Oh, I could go that way. Or I could take the bed. Can I make that bed? That's a little far. Didn't jump again. Need to stop doing that.
What fortune didn't give, she can't take away.
Choppa choppa. What is all those? What are the shadow people? What's going on there? That's ominous. Seems too good not to use. That's easy. We're going up, baby. Winner, winner. 73 minutes? Fuck. That's bad. Hey, winner. Hey, we beat the game, baby. Hey. Psych. That ain't the real top. Now we're going to the real meat of it. We're getting into the real sauce. We're putting our spaghetti in the sauce, boys. About to get juicy. Okay, now I'd say we're probably 60% of the way, if I had to guess. Ooh, ah.
Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be open to you.
Ah.
I think I forgot to turn off the kettle at home. I need to go back.
Or whatever.
Or whatever.
Heard that part. There's a bed right there. I wonder how far that goes. That's kind of a random placement for a bed. This is a cool area.
Flying without wings is cruel fun.
It's scary. Kind of scared. Another bed down there. Whoa, what is that? That's sick. Try this bed out. Whoops. Come on. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm scared. Oh, Jeeba-la-reba. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Whoa, that gave me a heart attack. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. Is that supposed to happen? You're not supposed to land on that roof? Is that not possible? Kind of weird. Oh. do I get up there? Is there a bed somewhere? Do I get levitated up there? Does the apple take me up? Oh, okay. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, Jeebus. Okay, I've seen this part. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to go over to this hand. Yeah. Does it take me over there? Where does this take me? Must take me over there. Oh, I'm so close. Not that close. I don't want to get ahead of myself. What? Where am I going? Where are you taking me? Where are you taking me, Master Hand?
Education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope breeds peace.
I haven't seen that dog before. That's funny. That's cool. Planet. Monkey. All right. Bing bada boom.
School sucks. It would have been better to learn how to make money, how to adapt socially, how to fight cognitive distortions. But over the years in school, I only gained scoliosis and hatred for people.
Oh God. Okay. Jesus. Sorry to hear that. That's cool. Oh, you guys think I can stand on this? Yeah.
Knowledge will help you to know the world better, but also to know all its darker manifestations.
Oh. This part's a little tricky. Harry Potter. This is scary, man. Oh, mama. I can make that jump. Oh, fuck. Is that the Necronomicon? Oh, Jesus Christ, that scared me. Do that to me. God, man, my hand's a little sweaty. Not because I'm nervous or anything, just a little warm in this room. Not really helping. There we go. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Could be worse. Sure I can't land on the ceiling. Yep. Okay. Whoa there. Oh, okay. God damn, man. That was like right there, right before that ball of fire, whatever the hell that thing is. That's weird. There's like a little invisible wall there. Oh, don't do that. I swear to God. What the fuck? Oh, ah, oh God. Oh, I was freaking out there for a second. There you go.
The more I know, the less I know.
Oh, God. Grab the fucking book! Come on, man. I'm so high up, I don't want to quit. God damn it, man. Fucking books. I think the cross is like right about here. Oof. That's risky. Honestly, it's not even really worth it. If I miss that, I'm falling far down. Saves me like maybe 10, 15 seconds of time. God, this part is fucking no! Alright, that's gonna be it for today. Thanks everyone for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. God damn it, man. All right, I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks everyone for watching. Peace.